Hello and welcome to our International Women's Day celebration. This is March 5th, 2022, and it's such an honor to be co-hosting with you, Natalie Forrest.
Thank you so much. I am so excited to be here and start out the month and the March 8th celebration of International Women's Day with you. It's going to be very exciting.
It really is. And we have such a magnificent array of wonderful experts who are going to be sharing their expertise, their wisdom, their information, all in an effort to help each one of us improve our lives. So we do right at the beginning want to thank them, the ones who will be speaking today, and also, of course, the ones who will be speaking on March 8th for all their preparation and their hearts wanting to celebrate this beautiful, beautiful holiday. Let me tell you about the history of this. You may know a little bit about it. And in 1911 is when it started. So 111 years ago, this is the anniversary of 111 years ago, 1911. Then this was started in Austria, Denmark, Germany, and Switzerland. There were over 1 million people who gathered to celebrate in an effort to, have voices heard about the women's right to vote and hold public office. And they wanted to talk about gender equality in the workplace, which is still going on 111 years later. So it wasn't until 1949 that then it spread to other places and other than Europe. And China embraced it then in 1949. And then the United States in 1967. So that was a year so it went a while before really everyone in the United States caught on and started celebrating. And then in 1975, the United Nations made it an official holiday. And they actually also made 1975 the Year of the Woman. And so that's the little short history about International Women's Day. But there are hundreds, thousands of events going on and around International Women's Day all over the world, as you well know. And Natalie's in Germany. I'm in the United States, but tell us about what happens in Germany.
Well, I think what is going on right now in Germany is the same as everywhere across the globe. Women are coming together to thrive together and really help each other have their voices be heard, and it is very supportive. More and more women, of course, are taking leadership roles. I mean, Germany has had a female chancellor for a long time. Now our foreign minister is also a female. So we have a lot of females in positions of official power, and then others are rising to the top as well. So I think it's a very exciting time, and especially exciting also for the younger generation who can see female examples in positions of power.
Yes, and you mentioned our theme, and that was the team at winwinwomen.com, and we'll talk more about that later. But we got together and we decided on this wonderful theme, Together We Thrive. And I love that theme. And throughout all day today, and then on March 8th, International Women's Day, we'll be talking about how do we thrive together. Mm-hmm. And as you know, and you mentioned this just a little bit, there is a rising and an awakening of the women of the world that's more fast-moving and far-reaching than anything that's ever happened in history. It's true, as more and more women are being educated, and then they're learning. And then they go up and they're rising up to self-development and trying so hard to improve their lives and develop and teach their children some of these wonderful principles that help change lives. And then, of course, we're always wanting to rise up to self-mastery. We're always working on that. And I think, Natalie, that the place at the top of this hierarchy, if you will, is selfless service. Is where you can live a life in service of others. And this is really in the DNA of all women. It's one of the things that helps us connect so well is we do this naturally. You see little tiny girls and they're holding those babies and they're getting these little dolls and nurturing them. And this is one of the things that makes us connect so easily, heart to heart, is really our nurturing abilities and our deep ability to love and to share that love and to want to help others then improve their lives.
Absolutely. And I want to just sidetrack for one moment here because I am pulling up all of the amazing comments that we already have. So big shout out to our virtual audience. We love
Yay.
that you're here. We thank you for your comments and we're going to power through. I do want to, since I'm just said power through, I do want us though, in the time that we're in, while we're talking about Together We Thrive, I also want to acknowledge briefly the situations in the world right now. And there are things going on all the time, but especially right now, and especially here in Europe, we do feel the pressures of what is happening just across the border. So, as we start out our celebration, our honoring, and our coming together, I'd like for all of us, if that's okay, to take one moment of silence for all the people suffering, and especially, of course, today for all the women suffering. So, if you could all take a moment of silence, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for those who are just tuning in, we just had a moment of silence and sharing our love with these precious women who are suffering, especially in the Ukraine and in Russia. And our hearts go out to them. We love you. We honor them for their strength, and we are whatever it is you do to send them that strength and that courage and that love and that hope. And I thank you so much, Natalie, for including that beautiful moment of reflection on the situation right now. And this is what we're dealing with right now. But as we well know, there are many, many women in nations worldwide who are suffering. We have made great progress. Absolutely. By and large, the women in the nations of the world are doing better than they've ever done. They are thriving in ways that they never did, certainly centuries ago and decades ago. And there has been this wonderful enlightenment. And as women have had their voices and demanded that their voices be heard, and now they have the right to vote in almost every nation, and all this progress has been made, and it's wonderful, and we do need to celebrate, and that's part of what we're doing, is celebrating the progress that women have made. And that's part of what every woman who is celebrating on International Women's Day is doing, is we're reflecting on the great progress, and we stand on the shoulders of the pioneer women of the past who made it possible for us to be able to have more equality in the workplace, more leadership positions worldwide. More women are starting, well, there are more women graduates at the universities around the world than men right now. As a matter of fact, that's a statistic from the National Research Society in Washington, D.C. And it's very exciting, and knowing that women, the great progress that is being made. And at the same time, our hearts yearn to help those who are still in a position of suffering in so many ways in many nations. So as we celebrate the progress, we also are committed to helping women continue to rise so that we can together thrive. So I wanted to give a shout out to our sponsors. Yes. So our wonderful sponsor, Kyndryl, we thank you. They've been magnificent, and we want you to go ahead and look at Kyndryl, and our representative from Kyndryl will be speaking later today, and then also on Tuesday on March 8th. And then our wonderful, we have the winwinwomen.com. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm just thinking about our different sponsors, but Win Win Women is a magnificent entity. It just launched January 17th. And the mission of Win Win Women is to help all 3.9 billion women and girls worldwide improve in every area of their lives. And why? So that they can be more joyful, fulfilled, and financially secure. That's a big piece of it. And then I wanted to tell you about our nonprofit, and talking about peace, that goes right into our beautiful sister nonprofit, is the Global Prosperity and Peace Initiative. So winwinwomen.com, prosperityandpeace.org. And one of the beautiful projects that we are initiating on this International Women's Day celebration weekend is our Women of Excellence, Women of Faith. And that's the .org, and that's all faiths, all women, all beliefs. So we are so grateful, aren't we, Natalie, for our beautiful.
Oh yes, and I really, it shows coming together, we can achieve more. So Kindle, for example, they jumped right on and they said, this is important. Together we thrive. And as you mentioned, Karima Bryant will be speaking later as a representative from Kindle, and she'll explain how their company is set up and how they're really trying to accentuate the importance of not just diversity, but also of female leadership. So definitely check them out. GPPI, Global Peace and Prosperity International, that's what is needed right now. I love that organization. I'm so proud to sometimes assist them as well, because it is in every part of life. It has to do with peace on the inside and on the outside. And as we all know, that is needed right now. I want to add, of course, one strategic partner to this, and that is the Los Angeles Tribune, through which we are coming live right now. And again, it shows us that we can come from all different areas, and that even though we're talking about women, we also appreciate men and their support. So don't think you can't participate in the celebration.
That's right. Oh, I have to give a shout out to the LA Tribune, and I should have mentioned them first, because they are such huge supporters, and it's upon which, it's their system that we are speaking right now. And Natalie, you have been such a fantastic hostess for so many of their events. I grew up in Los Angeles, and the LA Tribune has been a favorite paper of mine, a newspaper, for so many years. And now they have a huge online presence in addition to distributing still the LA Tribune throughout the LA area, which is huge. And they are, I should mention, I want you to just shout out some names, especially Mo. Tell them a little bit about Mo.
Mo Rock is the CEO and publisher of the Los Angeles Tribune. He has done many more things. He's a wizard when it comes to marketing and business in general. He also used to do music. It's actually going back a little bit to the music industry. But his goal with the LA Tribune, and what makes this so different, is really to create a movement that provides education to the community. And I'm speaking this slowly on purpose. The community is not just Los Angeles for Mo Rock or the Los Angeles Tribune. It's the world, because right now we're all coming together, and together we thrive. And that also is part of the goal for the Los Angeles Tribune.
I love that. And we are so appreciative of everyone who has made this possible. And as we move forward, especially with Win Win Women, and I want to invite everyone who's watching to go to winwinwomen.com and really see what is there and the beautiful shows that they can watch. You'll read about the mission, but I'd like you to go with me for just a minute in your imagination. I'd like you to imagine a woman in a skyscraper in New York, a woman who is tending her babies in Nepal, someone who is in Singapore wanting to start a business, another woman who is struggling with her marriage, maybe in China, wherever, anywhere on this earth that a woman is having a challenge or just wants to connect with other women, she can go to winwinwomen.com. And our goal, and we're going to be getting there quickly, is to have 24/7, so 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on 50 topics. 50 topics, so many things that women care about: starting businesses, how to lose weight, how to have better nutrition, parenting, marriage, self-development. It just goes on and on and on. And women, whatever they're feeling right then, whatever they need in that moment, they can go and find a beautiful expert who is putting on a show live. Isn't that exciting? Never before in the history of the world has anything like this been created. And it's because of the progress that technology has made through these decades. So they can go live and they can learn how to start their business from an expert, how to be maybe a more patient mom, or whatever it is they're struggling with or wanting to learn at that moment. So the first 30 minutes is the presentation by an expert of these 60-minute shows. And the second 30 minutes is so delicious. We turn off the recording so that everyone can just share their hearts. Women can ask questions and we can have this beautiful conversation, which is so important. Our 3 words are we care. Well, there's 6 words, but we care, we connect, and we collaborate. And that is at the heart of Win-Win Women. And in our effort to help every woman on the planet improve her life, and then to have experts win by offering solutions that help them improve their lives. And so our women who come and our audience members win, our experts win, and that, my friends, is Win-Win Women. All right, Natalie, darling girl, you are so amazing. I'm so honored to be doing this co-hosting with you. We've known each other for a very long time.
Yes. And it's amazing because together we thrive. And when you told me about Win-Win Women, I was, of course, right away, I want to say, enchanted and infatuated with it because it is such a magnificent idea. And I do want to give a quick shout out to Denise Medved, who also already right from the start was here. And she, of course, is on the board for Win-Win Women as well. And we have other amazing leaders in the room, from Shmiko Cole to Dr. Adrian Lara. And also, let us not forget, we have a number of women from across the world here. Very important, which is why we picked this time, so that everybody can really be here. Some of the ladies in the room commenting right now. Hi, Laura. Also speakers. They're going to be on either today or Tuesday.
Love it. And we do need to, you mentioned Laura. Laura Orris, our magnificent, she helps us all with all things technology and communications. And Beth Johnston is our global strategist and helps us develop Win-Win Women. We could go on and on. I probably shouldn't be naming all the names but I do want to just honor the women who have been putting this magnificent enterprise global movement network. It's all of these things and much more. It's not just the shows. It's more than the shows. We are putting on events all over the world. It's been my joy and my honor to co-present over 400 live events in 152 nations over the last 30 plus years. So events is part of what we do best. And you know, we're virtual now. We were going to be live and, you know, having a big coming out party, but Omicron kind of threw us for a little bit of a loop. And, you know, we just said, okay, we'll do it one more time virtually. And we're hoping that next year, International Women's Day 2023, we can have thousands of women gathering together. And then, of course, many, 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 many events around the world, and have a hybrid. So it would be in person and virtual. And this year we're virtual and we're making the best of it. Next year, we're just looking forward to giving hugs in person. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And having said all that, I think it's time to introduce our first amazing speaker. Do you want to do the honor and just introduce Monette for us?
I'm so honored to do this. I just adore this beautiful woman, Monette Tovarado. Let me tell you about her. She's an author, she's a public speaker, she's a transition coach, she's a trainer, and a member of the WIN global community, our Win-Win Women. She's a show host. So Monette coaches women leaders who are looking to further elevate themselves and their teams above the competition. She is the founder of the Business Women's Community. That's a big organization that focuses on providing business women with life skills and lots of opportunities. Her fusion of real life stories and her conversational techniques help her connect with her audience and her clients in an, I love these 3 I words, intimate, intense, and individual level. Monette is the author of the book, and so many of our wonderful show hosts and experts from whom you will be hearing today and on Tuesday have written books. They're all entrepreneurs. They all own businesses. So she's the author of the book called Women Can. Don't you love that? And all proceeds go to various nonprofits. So it is a compilation of success stories about individual businesswomen. And don't we love to learn about those? It is meant to encourage people to develop their mindset to achieve their dreams and harness the power of change in their lives, as well as discover their personal strengths. So Monette's accomplishments have given her practical knowledge and an understanding of business issues. She regularly has collaborated with well-known individuals and has been featured on the digital stage with one of my best friends, Les Brown. She has been gifted with inspiring others with a vision that portrays the image of who they are and what they want to achieve from the inside out. Monette Tovarato. Take it away, darling.
Welcome to International Women's Day. I am so excited to being here. Women in community. What do the word community mean to you? Do you know you are already in community? How would you like to learn how to create a community? Imagine what your life would be like if you could have a community of women. Imagine no longer being alone, frustrated. Imagine having a community of like-minded women to help you. You know, I believe it's important to know and love yourself. I believe having a community of like-minded people makes such a difference in our lives. I also believe in this, such times that we have, it is so important to have a supportive community of women. There is a power for change greater than a community discovering what it cares about. The quote is by Margaret Whately. We are in a time when most of the world is still held hostage by coronavirus. A time when we are forced to be apart or distant from one another, even when we need each other the most. A time when some schools are closed, jobs are still being lost, homes are being broken more than ever, and businesses are shutting down daily. One day comes to my rescue, though one thing serves as a ray of light in what seems to be a never-ending dark tunnel is my community. It is the community we find ourselves in. Helen Keller once said, alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. Together, the power of community cannot be overemphasized. Briefly, I'll be sharing with you my experience as an immigrant from the Philippines, how difficult it was for me to find my place in society, how I felt, and what I did to change my experience. You know, when I got to the US with my mom, and she came here in a US professional visa, my dad and other sibling followed us afterwards. But when we came here, I didn't have any friends. I felt alone. I knew I had to do something. This was, I didn't belong. This is what I felt. And I didn't have kids to play with my own age. And I didn't realize that to make a community. As a result of the experience, the seedling of a community started to grow in me. We are all meant not to be alone. We all know the long loneliness that we have found the answer is in community. We all need somebody with a group that identifies with us, a group that accepts us, believe in our dreams, and share a common goal with ours. When I moved here, I knew no one. Again, I was I was here by myself. I cried a lot. I had no friends. I had to learn to do everything on my own. I had to build my own community. I started making friends in the neighborhood, and I was a lot happier. Someone to hang out with, someone who understood me, and we did kid stuff. Some of those friends are still my friends now, and my life is so much richer. Then I created a women's group called Business Women's Community. Women having their own business, we're a family and friends, can't relate to having your business. Someone we can talk with, someone who can trust, we can get some ideas and understands in this businesswoman's community what it is to have a client cancel and the frustration of being an entrepreneur and knowing that they're not alone. You don't have to do things blindly too. And having the women community is wonderful. You know, we have weekly meetings, and when we have new attendees that come, they feel very welcome. They love the environment, the community, and again, not feeling alone. The trust factor starts to build. In community help, the community helped me in my business. Members collaborate, they grow, and we share ideas. They feel more fulfilled, excited about doing business. Having someone to call for suggestions or ideas, more confident knowing, again, they're not alone. They create side business. I don't even know about it at times and help each other. For whether you're doing, things in their life and become a part of this community. We all need someone to support us who understand how we feel. When you have a community, no matter the walk of life, it is much better. When moms are moms alone, it's harder. But when they are in a community of moms, it's easier. When entrepreneurs are entrepreneurs alone, it's so much harder. When they are in community of entrepreneur, it's easier. When parents are with parents alone, it's harder. When they are in a community of other parents, it's easier. You know, how can I define community? It's everything I said and so much more. Maybe you have all these things. You are a lucky one of those lucky ones. But if you're not here, what can you do? At every phase of our life, at every point of our journey through life, we find ourselves in one community or another. You are where you are for a reason, and I am here for a reason. We must learn to make a positive impact wherever we find ourselves. So, how aware are you in your community? The need for connection and community is primal, as fundamental as the need of air, water, and food. Quote from Dean Ornish. Community awareness refers to the degree that people generally know each other about social norms and people's different role within the community and about issue that affects the community. Maintaining awareness of the ongoing changes in the environment and the attributes of people. In being interpersonal interactions help build and sustain social networks. facilitates the collaboration in creative work, and contributes to the missing link that achieved the state of readiness for such collaboration. When members know a community well, orient towards each other and the group as a whole, and feeling a strong sense of attachment to the group, a sense of community is achieved. In a large or geographically separated organization, however, socials as well as professional interactions are relatively more difficult than a smaller group. Collated communities, and therefore are likely to be less frequent and less effective. A wise man once said, if your absence is not missed, then your presence were never needed. We have to make ourselves known in any community you find yourself in, to the point that when you're not around or away, your presence will be missed. When I was young living in the Philippines, I remember the kids in the neighborhood. My friends would be running to my house. My grandfather would come visit. We would sit around my grandfather. Of course, I would sit in my grandfather's lap. The kids in the neighborhood would gather together and sit around Grandpa. He would share wonderful stories and adventures he had experienced. He would tell us funny stories that makes us laugh. And sometimes he would tell us scary stories. During the time we would sit closer together. There was about 8 of us, little rugrats. But there was this 2 sibling who would, in the middle of my grandfather's story, would quarrel for whatever reason. My grandfather would stop in the middle of his story, and all my friends would look at them. And my grandfather would say some encouraging words. And both the siblings would look at each other and started laughing. Those was the time. But you might think, I'm not good in a group, or I'm a lone wolf, or you might just used to doing it alone. I'm going to give you some power for a reason not to do it alone. Collective wisdom. No one ever has all the answer, regardless of the amount of Google fu you may have. Consulting with expert is always going to give you a better information. Pushing our limits. When working alone, it's oftentimes too easy to give up when things get hard, right? By surrounding yourself with others, working together, a similar goal or objective, you'll get motivated, support, and friendly competition to put yourself just a bit further than you would doing it alone. Support and belief. Some days, the big goals just seem impossible. On those days when you want to give up, you need to lean to your community the most, or call someone in your community. They believe in you probably more than you believe in yourself. Even those days when you believe in yourself isn't waning, doing what needs to get done can seem overwhelming. Look around your community and be inspired. New ideas. I truly believe when you are working within a community of like-minded people, that the wisdom of others are considerably greater than doing it alone, right? Our divergent worldviews and lens mean that we all approach the exact same problem slightly differently. Allowing others to help is difficult for some of us, but it ultimately raises everyone's game, and suddenly that summit isn't nearly as far off, especially in such times as now. If you have not found one yet, then the best thing to do is to create one. Communication leads to community. That is to understand intimacy and mutual valuing. I created my own community by communicating more with the people that I came in contact with. I made friends in my neighborhood, became interested in them, showed them genuine care. And in no time, the care, attention, and love that I show were reciprocated, and I began to feel welcome. There was a time when I didn't feel connected. I was challenged in my life, And I had my community help me overcome these fears I had. At that time, the care and love they had for me was priceless. You probably had some experience, same similar experience. The truth is, the greatest of a community is most accurately measured by the compassion action of its members, like my community. I've always thought of myself in the world of algorithm, hashtag, I'll never forget the importance of human connection that has helped me in my journey in life. There's a power of community. Remember, we all stumble, every one of us. That's why it's comforting. It's that's why it's a comfort to go hand in hand. So there's a part of a community. So out there, be a part of a community. And if you're a part of a community, make it better or start your own community. It really is that simple. Remember, you are not alone. You were never meant to be alone. And thank you.
That was wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I love that message of, and it epitomizes our theme, together we thrive, because together that we're talking about community. We're talking about how we are not alone. And oh my goodness, what a wonderful, wonderful belief to have when you are in a situation that's really, really challenging. And we've all been in those situations, to know that you can reach out to women who are wanting to help you and who would see it as a great blessing to help you. This is part of what women are. Our very DNA is wanting to help other women understand that they are not alone. Natalie, wasn't that magnificent?
Absolutely. And I love how she shared the story as well, because it's so important for us to understand that we've all been there. We all go through our own individual challenges. So, every woman listening right now, there's so much that we can do together. And I love when Monette said, some people in the community may believe in you more than you actually believe in yourself.
Mm.
That was so powerful.
That's powerful. And that segues perfectly into Win-Win Women, because this is a community. And thank you, Monette, for being such a beautiful part of our community of Win-Win Women, where we are women helping women live our best lives, to put it in a nutshell, and to be able to say, we have experts who are wanting to help those, and I sometimes call them solution makers and solution seekers. But here's the truth. We are all solution seekers in different areas of our lives. Everyone has their area of expertise, and then they're the solution they're sharing their solutions. And then there are others who they have their areas of expertise, and then we are the ones who are learning from them. And isn't that beautiful? And that, of course, we're really talking about a lot, but that is the Together We Thrive. Because and back to the Win-Win Women, because as women will win when they do improve their lives, and experts will win when they share their solutions, and that's our Win-Win Women. So I love that you talked about community, because women need community. I think they need it more than men. I do. And I've been married 51 years, and I have 3 sons and I have 5 daughters, but I see the huge difference between the sons and the daughters, the male and the female, and having done work with women so many decades, but understanding men on a deep level also. I really get that we both, the genders, have their strengths. And one of our great strengths is that we can nurture each other. And that's the we care, we connect, we collaborate with the Win-Win Women. So I want to welcome those who have just come on, because we have women coming on and going off, and love all the comments I just love that women are here and they are nurturing each other through their comments right as we
Yes.
speak in the chat. So we welcome you to share your thoughts and ideas through the day.
Absolutely. And not just share your thoughts, but the great thing about us having this event in, today, and then the second part, of course, on Tuesday, the real International Women's Day, some people would say, is that if you have questions, if you have comments, as you see us pulling these on, we can pull them in and we can have the experts actually answer should you have a question. Or as you see us just pull things up, we're all here to support one another. Big shout out again to the ladies in the room. I love the support, and we often talk about sisters. And I just want to make sure that we understand sisters really crosses boundaries, because as women, we do have a number of things in common. It is so important to look at our commonalities much more than look at our differences, because that's what it's all about. When we come together and support one another, we can achieve so much more than when we're all by ourselves. And that, I think, is the message that winning is all about. I had the honor of being on with a different event just a few months ago, and that was the new psychology of winning. And that's, I think, what is being exemplified right here. Instead of winning alone, we win together, because together we thrive really is what it's all about.
It really is. And I love that women, when they become friends, and all of us are friends, I love to think, just every woman is my friend. We want to be able to share our innermost thoughts and not just stay on that
Mhm.
surface level of how are you doing? I'm doing fine, when our hearts are breaking, right? Is sometimes it takes that ask. And many of you know, one of my friends is Debbie Allen, and years ago, she had a presentation that said, kick up your ask. And I love that, because it's like, we have to say, you know what, today I'm not 100%. And then what will happen? Your sisters will come to the rescue, and they'll be there. And this is something that we encourage on Win Win Women. And that's one of the reasons that we have that second half hour in our 60-minute shows, and we turn off that recording, is so that women can say, I need a little help today with this.
Mhm.
I don't know of any other network that has that interactivity. I've looked, and I don't see that we have the audience participation to
Right.
the level that we do with Win Win Women. And I love that piece of it. Mhm.
Absolutely. And I want to, since we're talking about helping and supporting one another, and we have a number of show hosts as well as non show hosts right now in the audience, and of course, as experts here today, I want to emphasize that there are a variety of topics that are being covered. So it's not just one lane, but we've got some of our experts, some of whom you will actually hear today, talk about finances. Others are talking about being heard and having a voice. Then we also talk about relationships. So it's really one of those things that we emphasize, which is life and business. And they,
Yeah.
of course, interconnect as well. If you're doing well in business, you're doing well in life. If you're not quite happy in life, your business may also suffer. And you don't even have to be or have to have a business. Your life is your business. You're the CEO of your life. So, what makes more sense than getting all the information you can and interact because of that support? And that's, I think, what we also always see on International Women's Day, where women from across the globe are coming together to really celebrate and help each other. I want
Yes.
to briefly just mention, if I may, that on the 8th, we don't just have more experts, but we're also going to connect with some events, some local events in different parts of the world, because this is important for every woman everywhere across the globe.
That's so true. And there might be someone who's here in our audience is saying, well, I want to know about more about how to become one of these experts. I'm an expert in my field. And so I'd like to encourage you to go to winwinwomen.com. And then right up in the menu, it says become a show host. And they are show hosts and they're speakers. And becoming a show host means that you will have the opportunity then to share a weekly 60-minute show on your area of expertise, no matter what it is. And then you'll be able to speak at virtual and live events around the world. And one of my dreams is to have every show host put on an event, present an event in her area or somewhere else once a year. So when you see that the possibilities are huge, when we'll have 50 topics and 24/7, we'll have 168 show hosts in each one. That's 8,400 shows. And this is what we're becoming. And we, for those who just tuned in, we launched after a beautiful beta launch. We launched officially January 17th. So we would love to invite you to go to winwinwomen.com. And if you are an expert in any area, click on that, become a show host, and learn all about it. And you can always schedule a call to talk to our beautiful Beth Johnston, and she'll give you even more details that are on the website. What a wonderful day this is. I'm so excited.
Yeah. And I do want to switch again. I'm like in charge of the little switching back and forth. So I want to segue to our next speaker, who I see in our green room. And we, of course, have another amazing lady just waiting in the wings for you all. And I love how mysterious she is, because she is not going to tell you her last name. It is Susie B. And Susie B. is the author and founder of Life Conscious. Life Conscious is actually a proven system that uses simplicity and habits as the keys to a happy and successful life, now and in the future. Susie is a wife and a mom of 4. I have 1. I don't know how you do 4. She loves to travel. She seeks adventure and is obsessed with happiness. She has combined her work as a personal trainer and health educator with her research of habits and mental health. And now she helps people with consciously finding their happiness in the present, while their habits subconsciously create their ideal future. When Susie isn't exploring the world with her family, she's sharing her message of health and habits on stages, online courses, books, and podcasts. She's the host of the show Habits and Humor podcast, a show that uses embarrassing moments and funny stories to simplify and maximize progress with habits and humor. When you live life consciously, you prioritize, you simplify, and live a healthy, happy, and successful life every day. And I just know that Susie and I will have to talk, because we are on the same wavelength in so many things when it comes to happiness and moving forward. So without any further ado, I will now add our amazing Susie B to the stream. And I'm going to unmute your mic. No, I can't. You have to unmute your mic yourself, Susie. There you are. The stage is all yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. What a gift. What an honor to be able to be part of this spectacular celebration of women. I am a very, very proud woman and a very proud mom, and all of those roles that come into my life as part of what I am as a woman. Congratulations on being here and being part of this spectacular group, this spectacular celebration of who you are. Speaking of who you are, that's kind of what I want to talk to you about today. I want to talk to you about how to find happiness your way. So like she said in the introduction, I'm obsessed with happiness. I'm obsessed with that journey and that pathway to find that. And that's what I've been doing my whole life, is searching for my own happiness. And over the past several years, I've come to find a way to help others to chase their personalized happiness. Two of the great tragedies facing women in the world today are burnout and overwhelm. We women are so powerful in that we want so many beautiful things. We have beautiful, spectacular ambitions. You have incredible dreams. You have incredible visions for your life, for what you want for yourself, for your family, for your work, for your relationships. All those things that you want in your life are beautiful ambitions. And the big tragedy of burnout and overwhelm is that it prevents you from making those beautiful ambitions happen. That's why I think these are two of the biggest problems facing the world right now, and why I'm working so hard to combat those issues. So today I want to provide you with a little bit more information about burnout and overwhelm and how we can overcome those. First of all, what are burnout and overwhelm? Overwhelm is when you are overtaken by too much of something. You know what I'm talking about. You take on too much at once and it overwhelms you so that you stop. You feel like you can't keep going forward in whatever it is that you want. Again, the tragedy here is usually what you want is a fantastic goal. It's something that would make the world a better place. And that's why overwhelm is such a problem, because we take on too much at once and it holds us back from actually achieving. Burnout, on the other hand, is when you are unable to meet the demands that are already hitting you. Your constant work, the things that are coming into your life constantly that you have to step up for, that you have to accomplish, those things wear you down and become unmanageable. And that is what burnout is. Most of us have fantastic dreams, fantastic ideas, fantastic things that we want to make happen. But because of burnout and overwhelm, we often struggle to actually make those come into fruition. Such a massive tragedy. Let me read you some statistics from a study that was done over 1,000 people last year. Just last year alone, 77% of those people say they experienced burnout more than once last year, whether that was in their work or in their family or some other part of their life. 91% of people in this study conducted by Harvard, I can't remember what department at Harvard, but it was a Harvard study conducted over 1,000 people. 91% of these people said that they experienced stress and overwhelm at such a high level they could not manage it anymore. 91% of people. Probably a lot of you on this right now are saying, yes, absolutely, that is true. That is what I'm feeling. Or that is what I have felt in the previous couple of months. I have experienced burnout and overwhelm. Now let's keep going. How do we overcome overwhelm and burnout? How do we make those beautiful ambitions and dreams actually happen? How do we overcome that massive hurdle that keeps us from living those fantastic ideas, from making those things a reality? First step is personalization. This is one thing that I have come to understand is so key to happiness. I personally believe that personalization is the key to happiness and success. I'll argue with you, with anyone on this all day long. I absolutely believe that personalization is the key to happiness and success. Why is that? What am I even talking about? So let's break this down a little bit. Personalization means that it means something to you. It's personal to you. No one understands your personalized happiness except you. So let's dive into understanding and knowing ourselves a little bit better. How do we know ourselves so that we know how to chase our own happiness? I'll tell you this, if you chase my dreams and you chase my happiness, you're never going to be happy. You're never going to be satisfied because it doesn't mean what it means to me, to you. So you have to come to understand and know yourself in order to chase your own happiness. Know what your strengths are. Know what your weaknesses are. Know what your likes and your dislikes are. Know yourself. What makes you who you are? What do you love to spend your time doing? How do you love to spend your time? What are some great gifts that you have that other people, maybe it's hard to see those gifts in ourselves, but often you receive compliments about those things. Maybe people tell you, oh, I love how patient you are, or you are so organized, things like that. Those are talents and gifts that you have been given. Embrace those things and understand that those are some of your strengths. When you are able to understand your strengths and weaknesses, you're able to chase your happiness. So I'll give you an example. I'm a personal trainer. And as a personal trainer, we talk about fitness and exercise a lot. And we encourage people to try new things and push our bodies and do all sorts of things like that to take our physical health to the next level. One very unpopular opinion I have is that I have no desire to run a marathon. I have never run a marathon, and I probably never will. I have zero desire to run a marathon. Amongst personal trainers, this is an unpopular opinion. But let me tell you why. For me, I am a sprinter. I am a short distance runner. In college, I was a heptathlete, which means I competed in 7 events that lasted an average of about 12 seconds. So these were not long events. These are short and they're intense, and that is what speaks to me. My college roommate, on the other hand, was on the cross country team, and her events would last somewhere between 10 and 30, 40 minutes. She would run these 5K and 10K races, and her love and her love of fitness was vastly different from mine. But the two of us were roommates and we were great friends, and we decided to run a half marathon together. So we trained vigorously and we did all the things, and we put up really competitive times every time that we would run our long runs. And we finally competed in the race itself. And as we're going along, I can see her lighting up. She is just loving this event. She's absolutely feeling the runner's high and all of this stuff. And I'm seeing how wonderful this is for her. On the other hand, I was so mentally bored. Physically, I was completely ready for this thing, and I was running and we were keeping our pace and it was all very good. But for me, I was feeling no love for the event. I just wanted it to be over. Not because I was tired or physically in pain. I just was tired. I was mentally exhausted from competing in the same thing over and over and over again. For me, I love to run sprint triathlons. Those are about the same amount of time as a half marathon, but you compete in 3 events instead of just 1. So that day I realized her love of marathon running is hers. And that's a beautiful thing that I can support her in. When we crossed that finish line together, she said, I am going to run a marathon. That was so fun. When we crossed that finish line together, I looked at her and I said, I am never running a race that long ever again. And that's okay. We both can trace our own personalized happiness. But the key is to understand that about yourself. So what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are things that you love? Chase your personal happiness. I'll give you another example. Last year, I took my personal training and my habits coaching business online. I decided to go from in-person to online so I could reach a larger audience. And I had so much influence, so many people trying to help me, which was beautiful to be so supported, to start my online marketing. I'd never been an online marketer, so I didn't know the space. And I was welcoming all sorts of gurus and help right and left, and trying to get these people to help me to know what was the best way to chase this dream of mine. And I was told I have to do it with social media. I have to do it with email marketing. I have to do webinars, and I have to do all of these things. So I started to chase that a little bit. And I realized I didn't like social media before I started this business. I didn't like being on social media and marketing this way. Then I discovered the world of speaking, the world of podcasting, and I love those worlds. I absolutely love them because those are gifts of mine. I love to public speak. I love talking about these concepts. And I hope that you can feel my passion coming through the screen here, because this is my personal way to chase my happiness. I don't want to market on social media. I don't want to do email campaigns. I want to speak to people using words. My love language is verbal words of affirmation, and words to me mean so much. So understanding that about myself has opened up so much for me, because I can chase my own personalized happiness. I encourage you to do the same thing. Understand yourself. Understand your gifts, and then chase those dreams. So now, sometimes it feels really big. That overwhelmed feeling is starting to come over you right now. Yes, I see the dream. I know what I want. I know my talents. I know myself. How do I make it happen? Now I'm going to teach you the simplest simplicity system out there to help you to make progress. This is called 1, 2, 3 habits. This is a system I've created and developed for over 10 years. 1, 2, 3 habits. This is how you overcome overwhelm and make the pathway to progress actually happen. And it leads to long-term results because it's habits-based. Again, I'm a habits coach, and I'm all about habits, and I will talk all day long about how habits can change your life because you can do little things that make a massive difference. So really quickly here, I'm just going to buzz through the 1, 2, 3 system to help you overcome overwhelm and start chasing your personalized happiness today. Step 1 is 1 pillar focus. Your pillar focus is the big goal, the big thing that you want in your life. Maybe that's physical health. Maybe that's mental health. Maybe that's starting a business. Maybe it's improving one of your family relationships. Whatever that big thing is that you know you want, that is your 1 focus. Step number 2 then is to harness your 2 superpowers. You have 2 superpowers. You were born with 2 amazing superpowers. You don't have to go out and buy these things. You don't need to find a resource. You already have what you need to succeed. Your 2 superpowers are your conscious and subconscious mind. Your conscious mind is what you're thinking about and the efforts you're putting in daily. And your subconscious then is all the things you don't have to think about. So how do we work those 2 together? How do we make something that we put an effort into for a short period of time transfer to our long-term results part of our brain, our subconscious? How do we make it happen on autopilot? By forming 3 habits. 1 pillar focus, 2 superpowers, 3 habits. Habits are the key to combining your 2 superpowers to making life happen. So I want you to focus your 1 pillar. If that is physical health, maybe your 3 habits could be eating clean, exercising daily, and getting 8 hours of sleep each night. If mental health is your 1 pillar focus, try affirmations and listening to music or something else that speaks to you. And 1 other could be meditation or prayer. Again, these have to be personal to you. Let these habits speak to you because as you are trying to progress, if you love what you're doing and you connect with what you're doing, you'll continue doing it. That's the beauty of personalization and simplicity. Overcome the overwhelm, remove the burnout, and start within yourself. Come to understand who you are and what makes you who you are, and then chase those beautiful dreams by simplifying the pathway to progress. Happiness, success, health, all of those things that you want, those beautiful dreams and ambitions of yours, they truly can be yours. And the process is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Beautiful women that are here today, I want to encourage you to go out and chase your beautiful dreams your own way. Thank you for being here. I'm Susie B. This has been a lovely conversation, and I can't wait to continue the conversation as this day goes on. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you so much, Susie.
Magnificent. I loved it. I love that we all have superpowers. Right from the moment we're born, we have those superpowers. I love that face is a verb. That means you have to work at it to really take action. Chase your happiness. Didn't you love that, Natalie?
Oh, absolutely. Although I'm not into chasing, but yes, it's all about personal happiness. I like to attract it. But I so resonate with what Susie said. It is so important for us to recognize that it is individualized. So I'm very appreciative of that. And since we're talking personal,
yes,
I want to introduce right away, without further ado, our next amazing expert, because we're talking personal. And happiness is personal, lives are personal, and we all have special gifts. So our next expert is going to highlight very, very special gifts that I think we often misunderstand, at least in my point of view. So I'm happy and honored to introduce Alicia Trautwein. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly. She is an autism advocate, a motivational speaker, coach, consultant, and a dedicated mom of 4. We have 4 again. Her desire to advocate for autism comes from her own diagnosis and that of her 3 children and brother. Alicia is the creator of The Mom Kind, and this is an award-winning autism parenting website. I actually looked at the website and I love it because it talks about the symptoms of autism. It talks about how girls and boys may differ a little bit when they are actually diagnosed with autism. Thus, she tackles, addresses, and shares the tough and important topics for all of us in relation to autism and also the neurodiverse parenting issues while being loving, truly loving, and having compassion for family members, for family life. Alicia shares candid, honest, real talk stories of raising multiple children on the spectrum. And there's a very wide spectrum. I just want to highlight that. By doing so, what she does so beautifully is providing inspiration and support to families worldwide. So, welcome, Alicia, and you do need to unmute yourself. I am excited to hear you in just a moment. It is the world we live in. There you are. Thank you so much, Alicia.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you first for the beautiful introduction. So, yes, as mentioned before, I am Alicia Trotwine, and I am an autistic adult with 4 children, 3 of which also have an autism diagnosis. And so for me, the key that I always say with my entire diagnosis process is 33 years. 33 years of misdiagnosis, medical gaslighting, and a multitude of medications that my body did not need, all from a lack of understanding of what autism is and how it presents in women. So I always felt different. I always felt like an outcast, like I just couldn't quite fit in, almost like an alien in the world around me. And I remember this from an early age. I didn't receive my diagnosis until I was 33, but obviously the autism is there. And it's one of those things that really it empowers you to find out what's really going on with yourself, right? Because you have to know who you are and what's going on with your body to know how to go on those next steps, how to live a healthy life, how to embrace yourself for who you are. So the last several years, I have been advocating not only for autism in children, but also adults and specifically women who have gone through pretty much the exact same story I have. These are mothers, these are business owners, and just a vast majority of women that you interact with every single day that may or may not even know of their own autism diagnosis. Because when many people think of autism, as mentioned before, it is a spectrum. But what is typically seen in the understanding of autism is a stereotypical view. It's of, a white male, either with low intelligence or very high savant intelligence. You're thinking of either, the Rain Man or Sheldon Cooper. And even when you're thinking of autism in boys, you think of a little bitty white boy with the trains all lined up and those, still either large conversations or being completely nonverbal. And there's no real representation of what autism looks like outside of that perspective. And when you think of a spectrum, a lot of people think of this linear line, right? You think of your colors of, it varies from which spectrum line you look at, but, from, blue on one end all the way to purple on the other end and every color in between. But that's not what a spectrum is, even in the color aspect. If you are familiar with maybe you're getting your hair done or makeup done or going to some place that does art, they have a color wheel. And that's more of what a spectrum represents. And for autism, there are symptoms all along that spectrum that while there are key factors together, that each individual can have separate variants of it. So one person may be completely nonverbal while you have someone like myself who can do a speaking engagement, that can, advocate for myself, for my children, and for others. You have someone who is sensory avoiding, who, needs noise canceling headphones, that cannot handle the bright lights. But then you have others who are sensory seeking, who seek out the same stimuli because that soothes them instead of upsetting them. And so the spectrum is so diverse on what autism looks like. So as you can imagine, with that being so many different variables in there, that it's hard for people to even understand what autism is. And throughout the world, as many women I have spoken with, autism is viewed very differently from society to society. Sometimes within the same country, there are different views. Some places it's embraced, there's all these different resources and outreach. Other places it's taboo, and you don't even mention that your child has autism, let alone that you as an adult have autism. But there is a need for that diagnosis, because that diagnosis allows the individual to really know who they are. For me, it was the most enlightening experience of my life to have the opportunity to finally look at my life from a different view. I was able to look back on all those little moments as a child, things that now I look back and I wonder, how did they miss it? How did they miss my autism? I would, many of you women might remember this, but the Encyclopedia Brown, okay, you had the long, large, encyclopedia. My parents had bought that, and I maybe 7 or 8 years old, and I read that from the beginning of A to the end of Z, and I know I did this 3 or 4 times, and that's all I read for months on end, because I wanted to learn everything I could about everything. And that was such a high interest of mine. That's not a typical thing to do, but that was something that I look back now and I giggle and I think it's, it is a cute thing for a child to do, but it was something that obviously stood out. And it wasn't that my parents neglected to get me medical care. They tried. And much like many women, we're misdiagnosed with so many things before we get to our proper diagnosis. And this can be said for so many, not only mental health, but other physical health disorders. I mean, there are so many things that women are misdiagnosed with because the medical field is very biased against women, unfortunately. It is changing, but it's a very slow change and something that a lot of us have had to deal with. And so, to give, for example, just how drastically different it can be, even in young age, from boys to girls. So, as mentioned, I'm a mother of 4, 3 of which my biological children. All of those have autism. Now, my son is currently 7. My daughters are 14 and 15. And when my son was 23 months old, he received his autism diagnosis. He lost all words at 19 months, had the very clear signs of autism. Signs that my daughters also share, but they did not lose their words completely. But at 23 months, he received his autism diagnosis. Now, this is still considered an early diagnosis and a correct time frame to get a diagnosis for the proper interventions to take place. My daughters did not receive their diagnosis until 8 and 11. I had been taking them to see doctors, psychiatrists, psychologists, counselors, all different specialists from age 2 for sharing very similar symptoms that my son had. But it wasn't until my son was diagnosed at 23 months old that my youngest daughter was in 6 weeks later diagnosed at 11. Now, thankfully, her diagnosis came from a separate doctor who clearly saw the signs of autism in her and was able to make a proper diagnosis. But it took us 6 years of her being seen by countless different professionals to get diagnosed. And then her older sister, she was 11 when she was diagnosed a year later, and her diagnosis did not come simply because her own symptoms. It was because combined with her own symptoms that were very similar to that of her brother and sister, and the diagnosis of her brother and sister are what led to her diagnosis. My own diagnosis, I never would have received had my 3 children not been diagnosed. I had the same symptoms, I had the same signs. They presented differently from my son to my daughters, the same with my son to myself, but very similar to my daughters. But I never would have received an autism diagnosis. And there's multiple factors in there. One, time period I grew up. I grew up in the 80s. Where I grew up in the southern United States, where medical care unfortunately does have some delays, especially back then. I masked a lot of my symptoms. I wound up having this ability that most women who are autistic have of hiding my symptoms because I mimicked the behaviors of other girls my age to try to fit in because I knew I didn't fit in. So there's a multitude of different factors that played in there. And the other biggest thing, though, was a lack of education. So what I want to share with you guys today is how autism looks in women, because there may be many women on this call that resonate with a lot of these symptoms. And even if they are not autistic, they may realize that there are some things that they haven't considered for themselves. So how does autism look in women? Autism can look many ways like their neurotypical peers, meaning the people that do not have autism. And that can be said for all across the age and spectrum of autistic individuals. And we have the same signs and symptoms that our neurotypical peers have, but it's to the level at which these symptoms present and how much they impact our lives. So often, women who are autistic, we are very passionate about our interest. Now, our interest may be restricted. Now, for me, autism became one of my special interests after I was diagnosed because I wanted to understand why I wasn't diagnosed early on. I wanted to understand why the genetic factors were there with my children. I wanted to understand this. And I also wanted to understand why I wasn't hearing about it. So it was a deep dive, but I was very passionate about it. I'm still very passionate about it, right? But there also, sometimes these interests might not seem age appropriate. So you might have someone who has a very high interest in anime, but they're in their 60s and people look at it and go, oh, that's not age appropriate. Not that I think of age limit on anime personally, but it's these different variants, but it's how much of the interest, right? It's how restricted they are, and that's their only interest they're into at that time. Another thing is women with autism often rely on others to help them interact with people in public, on the phone, and this may be their children might be the ones to go up and go to the cash register real fast, or they prefer, your husband or parent or somebody, family member, to make phone calls because it gives them so much anxiety. Okay, they can, have different sensory challenges just like children. You can have, but you may make the adjustments for it. So bright lights might bother you. They may have bothered you all along, but you wear your sunglasses most of the time. You leave your sunglasses on in the store and you don't even realize it for quite a bit, right? Or, for sound, you get so much noise. Yeah, you get frustrated. So by the time you get home, you're overwhelmed and exhausted and you don't know why. Or instead, you notice that you don't like the noise. You put in your AirPods and you listen to music. Well, that's seen as normal, right? That's seen as something people do. They always have their headphones in the stores, but you're accommodating for a need you have, but you're doing it in a way that you've had to learn to do on your own. Another aspect of autism that affects us across the spectrum at any age, any, whatever your gender, wherever, you are, society, is friendships. We struggle with maintaining and even developing friendships. And this isn't always seen from the outside looking in. We may appear to have tons of friends, or people really like us in our communities, but the friendships are surface level. So they don't carry on after the interaction. They don't carry on to a phone call or going and hanging out individually. And they struggle to keep maintain these friendships. There's things like, the restricted conversations. So this can look like the stuff that you're willing to talk about is very restricted. And when the conversations change to something you have no knowledge about, you're very hesitant to even have those conversations, or may not even be willing at all. Another big factor, and this can go along with any type of misdiagnosis. A lot of undiagnosed autistic women struggle with depression and anxiety and other comorbid disorders that have developed from not understanding their autism all along, from not having that diagnosis to accept themselves for who they are and to get the resources and supports they need to thrive in their environment. They develop anxiety because they're worried about having to deal with these interactions. They develop the depression from constantly feeling like they're not enough, constantly feeling like they don't fit in. And this masking of symptoms really makes it hard for them to get diagnosed in the first place, because once you get to your teen years, we all mask. Every single woman mask. And what I mean by that is we all get into those teenage years, especially late middle school or into high school, where we want to fit in. So we start speaking like and acting like the cool girls because we want to fit in, right? But for autistic individuals, we do it at such a higher rate that it's so debilitating for us when we leave, but people do not see that it's debilitating because they're only seeing us in those environments. Now, when it comes to getting an autism diagnosis, I have spoken directly with women in their 70s who have received an autism diagnosis. How incredible and fascinating to think that at 70, you're receiving an autism diagnosis and you are looking back at not 3 decades like myself, but 7 decades worth of life with a new lens. And it's just crazy to think. But one thing I can say is that receiving an autism diagnosis is not always easy. And that's why within the autism community, we accept self-diagnosis. And there can be a multitude of reasons. A lot of them are economic. A lot of them are not having enough physicians willing to diagnose autistic adults. Lack of, insurances, things like that. So that's why, when somebody has gone through the entire research to understand if they're autistic or not, if they've gone to that point, they've come to that conclusion, people don't just up and say they're autistic for fun. Right. So we accept the self-diagnosis because we realize that not everybody can get that diagnosis. However, that being said, receiving a medical diagnosis was life-changing for me. I was able to accept myself. I was able to look back and see the little girl growing up in a new lens. And it was just such a powerful thing to be able to do. And one thing I will tell you guys, if you feel like after hearing this, that a lot of this resonates with you, one, speak to your doctor. That's always the best thing to do, right? But I do also encourage you to come check out my website. Like she mentioned, themomkind.com, where there is a multitude of information there that you can look through and flip through, and you can reach out to me directly, because I love when people reach out and ask these questions, because chances are, if one of us has a question, there's 100 more people that also thought of that question, but were afraid to ask. And when it comes to anything in your life that you think is not correct, if you have received a medical diagnosis that you don't think is correct, or maybe a lack of diagnosis, and you're just feeling this is not right, speak up, advocate for yourself, because there is no one that's going to advocate for you. You have to speak up. And if it means getting a second opinion, get a second opinion, get a third, fourth, fifth, however many opinions you need to get to find a doctor that you can work with that will listen to what you are actually saying, that will hear you and believe you and understand you. And it's okay to disagree with the doctor. They are humans too. And it's okay to speak up. It's okay to say, I disagree. But always make sure to advocate for yourself. And if you know someone who is struggling to advocate and they need someone to help them advocate as well, speak up as well, because that's what we need to do as women. We need to speak up and help each other and support each other, which is why I absolutely have loved this conference, because we are getting a chance to really learn from each other and advocate for new things that we are learning that we never would have heard of before. Because as women, we need to support each other, which doesn't sound like the biggest thing until you start doing it. And still you engage yourself with that environment, you won't know what it feels like. So I encourage you to absolutely speak up and connect with the women around you.
Thank you so much, Alicia. And while we still have you on here, I just want to point out, I didn't want to interrupt what you were doing, but there are a number of comments here. Patricia Allen was saying that she is seeing a new perspective. Emma Lou is saying that, she taught girls especially with autism. And of course, a number of others, and there have been so many that I'm having a hard time pulling them up. But thank you so much. This was so amazing. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much for having me.
Alicia, when you said you have daughters who are ages 14, 15, I'm like, oh my gosh, how is this possible? She looks 18 herself. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I have one in high school too, or not high school, but college. She might hurt me for saying that, but she is her first year of college now. That's 19. I still can't believe it.
You're amazing. 2 of my grandchildren are autistic. And but I love the comments. There's so many of us that care deeply about this subject. You have brought so much to light, and I've learned. I thought I knew so much about it. I've been taking prolific notes. So thank you so much.
Yes, no, you're welcome, and thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Wow, that was
magnificent. And I love the comments. Thank you to everyone who is listening and commenting, because that's such a joy. I'm so glad you mentioned it, Natalie, to be able to have these women sharing their thoughts. And like you said, Emma Lou said, I've been teaching in high school and I've been teaching autistic girls, and there's so many facts that people just don't know. They just don't know.
Yes. And it is interesting how the universe works. That's how I would put it. Because we've just had, of course, the amazing Alicia talk about autism. And I'm going to leave it to you to introduce Dr. Annika, who I have the pleasure of seeing live on May 14th. But I'll leave it to you to introduce our next speaker.
Oh, and I love all these speakers. Dr. Annika Sorensen is my favorite person in Sweden. She lives in Sweden. She's an Amazon best-selling author and a medical doctor. Yes, she's an MD. And she talks about stress management. She's a stress management mentor and international speaker on topics revolving around the successes brought about by having less stress in your life, including financial and business successes. So less stress equals. Yeah. So she specializes in health and stress strategies. She has a solid background, of course, in Swedish public health. For the last 30 years, she's been an MD and working in that sector. So with both clinical and scientific knowledge, which is very important about the subject, Dr. Annika Sorensen made it to ABC, My Network TV, Fox, and she's been a TEDx speaker twice. So she is also officially certified by the Big Talk Academy and the author of 2 top-rated books on stress management, and you'll like these topics. One book is Take Stress from Chaos to Calm, and then the other one is My De-Stress Diary. Yes. Today, Dr. Annika, she is helping stressed out business leaders slow down and reflect and feel less stress, and then ramp up and get more done and create bigger successes without having to work harder. She does it through speaking, workshops, and mentoring. All right, we turn the time to you, Dr. Annika Sorensen.
Well, thank you so much for the great presentation. And I want to say happy International Women's Day to everyone. Here comes a greeting from Sweden. You could say it's a Scandinavian take on stress management and prevention. And I want to talk about the myth of having quick fixes. You know, the one thing that solves the problem for stress. I can reveal quick fixes doesn't work long term. So hang on. Here's my thoughts on the mistaken quick fixes for stress. You know, whenever stress comes knocking at your door, you want to slam it back right straight in its face. Now, this minute, right? And you start looking in your phone for the app, you know, the one you bought for this, and you can't find it. You know it's yellow. This is ridiculous. You're supposed to be a help. And you throw the phone away. Where are you? Or you grab in your bag for the newest pill you bought. The pharmacist said you could use up to 3 a day if needed. And now you get all shaky because you can't find them. And oh, yeah, I forget. I put them in my other bag. They are always in that other bag. Ah, I see a bar. I think I pop in and have a drink. I need one now, this minute. Make it big. Ah, that was so good. I can feel it all the way up in my head. But what was I doing? I can't really think now. Well, I can always rely on the stress squeeze heart. It's here somewhere in my purse, right here. Just need it right now. You scream out loud. And as a doctor, I actually use a stress doctor to squeeze to make it more fun. You know, what's going on here? Why don't I get some help when I need it? When stress is constantly chasing me? I have put down so much money on all these things. You know, the sellers, they told me this is the thing. I can assure you it will help. I have sold hundreds, no thousands, and everyone is so happy. And I am sure that that guy is so happy because of all the money he got from us, the stressed out, overworking crowd. Do you hear what I'm saying? I'm sure you recognize at least one of these scenarios, maybe all of them. All are things that you need to keep track of. Where are they when you need them? And that messes you out even more. And on top of that, they cost money, sometimes an awful lot of money. And you have tested a few things over the years, and no real result has shown up. Despite all the promises, you just need this, blah, 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 they say. And your stress keeps coming back. What am I doing wrong? Do I need another thing, you say? And if you ask me, I'd say, no, you don't. I talk about quick fixes for managing stress too. And my version of quick fixes also only work in the moment. But my tools are part of you. You always, always have them at hand, and they cost nothing. How can that even be possible? They actually function even better the more you use them, because they are all part of your basic physiology. And in physiology, we say the rule is practice makes perfect, or at least better. Let me tell you how I came to know. You see, many years ago, I was 34 years old, just going to take my medical exam. I was supposed to bloom. I was to be grown up. Finally, I was to start working and save the world. But instead, I was put in the worst stress test ever. I lost 2 dear people in my life within a week. First, my brother, 30 years old, and then our firstborn daughter, only 10 weeks old, both from severe illnesses, independently of each other, within 1 week. I was crushed, devastated, not able to think clear, and my story could have easily ended right there. But I did have friends and family that dragged me out of that black hole. And I learned that I had to take good care of me to get back on my feet. And that's when I realized we have all the power within ourselves. I found out about how to quickly get out of the moments of stress without all that stuff. We don't need to buy a thing to thrive. And I talk about simple things like your breathing, taking a long, deep breath all the way down in your stomach and letting your shoulders down too. That when you breathe out like this, you take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it for a second, and then you breathe out and letting your shoulders down at the same time, like you take a few breaths like this and you will feel so much better. You will catch up with yourself. And I talk about moving your body. That's stand up, walk around your desk, jump up and down or stretch. Maybe take a walk in the corridor or even around the corner if you have the time. You know, moving your muscles help to improve your brain cell connections, and you will come up with a better solution to your problem. And I talk about a mini meditation. That is closing your eyes if you want and repeat a positive word to yourself for a minute or two. I use the word release, so feel free to use the same. You do it like release, 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 and you keep it up for a moment, for a couple of minutes, and that will help your brain to rest for a moment, and your problems will be less frightening. It can also be a smile or a laughter. You know, it will help. That's my absolute favorite, because smiling produces feel-good hormones up in your brain, and you want a lot of those, don't you? I do for sure. It can also be go and get a glass of water. It will help you rehydrate if you've been working along for a long while, and it will get your brain to think about something else for a moment. You see, all these actions are simple things to do, highly effective in the moment of stress, always at hand, except the water, and at no cost. They are all part of your natural biology. They all work by the same mechanism, making your brain think about something else for a moment and improving your brain cell connections by movement. And that makes what stressed you out seem a little less dangerous. Your thinking works better again, and you can easier find a solution to what stressed you out to begin with. As you know, though, stress will keep knocking on your door if you continue your life as usual. If you act the same way, you will get the same result. I'm sure you heard that many times. You need to do changes to get a different result. And a great first step towards change would be to make your natural stress management quick fixes part of your natural behavior. Like I said, practice makes perfect. Practicing these simple actions, the breathing, moving around, mini meditate, smile, go drink a glass of water, will make them part of your natural behavior. You will build new tracks in your brain that will be the first standard to pop up when stress creeps up on you in the future. And your new natural behavior is your best weapon in the lifelong fight against stress knocking on your door. Wouldn't that feel great? You will not only feel better, you also won't need to rely on all those things that you never know where they are when you need them. And you will save some money too. This is my gift to you here on International Women's Day. to help you get one step closer to a calmer and more prosperous life. It works both for business and in private. And it works for everyone, any age, any gender, any color, any religion, anything. Because under the surface, we all function by the same biology. So it works for everyone. Start using these simple tools I talked about, the breathing, moving around, mini meditate, and the smile. And a new, happier world will open up in front of you. So to your success and keep smiling. Thank you.
That was beautiful, beautiful, Dr. Annika. Magnificent.
Thank you.
I love, don't you love, Natalie, the calm way that she personifies
Yes.
calm and no stress. I want one of those little Dr. Stress Busters.
Yeah, isn't that cute?
That is awesome.
I got it, say, 20 years ago, or maybe even 25 years ago, long time ago. But it's on my shelf, and I think it's more personal than the heart.
That's right. And whatever works.
Whatever works, yes.
Yes, and
Absolutely.
thank you for sharing your sweetheart. I love the stories. I love when women just get right down to sharing who they are. But I love the practical information that we've received from every single one of our speakers has given us practical information, how to apply their theories, their wisdom in our daily lives. That's so important.
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to see you in May.
Yay.
I can't wait to see you. I'm going to send you an email soon.
Yes, and the reason that she's going to see her in May is because Dr. Annika is putting on one of our Win-Win Women beautiful events in Sweden, and Natalie is going to go be with her.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you.
It is going to be so amazing. And I love how Dr. Annika, whenever I talk to her, she is just so calm,
Yes.
even when we're planning her win-win event. So it is something very important to consider that how you live, it also reflects to the outside. And just going back to her event, it's a win-win event. And it's going to happen on May 14th in Lund, Sweden. If you are interested, because you are in Europe or you just want to see what it's all about, just go to winwinwomen.com and there's an events tab and you can see all of the events that we're having because there are a number coming up rather quickly.
Yes, thank you. And Natalie is our global event director. And she does a fabulous job. Just kudos and love for that. Oh,
Thank
my
you
goodness.
so much.
Yes. So are we ready for our next speaker?
I don't think we are because we are looking at having a panel and those amazing ladies are on the way coming in. So you and I have just a minute to maybe share one more time some of the wonderful sponsors and strategic partners that we have. I do want to give a big shout out, and I'm going to actually show everybody the logo, which I didn't do earlier. Okay, Kyndryl, of course, is one of our sponsors. So just a big shout out to them. Thank you so much.
Yes, and I love that. And the representative from Kyndryl will be speaking later, and you will love it. Also, the LA Tribune, our wonderful friends in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Tribune, and they are so kind, such magnificent people there. And then our winwinwomen.com, and then our sister nonprofit, the Global Prosperity and Peace. So the URL, the website is Prosperity and Peace. Oh my goodness, look at you, Natalie. There it is. Oh, I love it. And
I try.
Yes, that's magnificent. And the mission is to increase the level of love, prosperity, and peace on earth. Somebody asked me, why did you start with the word prosperity instead of peace? And I said, because of my experience worldwide and working with women for so many decades around the world, I know that unless women have financial security to even a small degree, it's more difficult for them to hold hands with each other and sing kumbaya when they and have experienced the peace that we all want to experience when they don't know what they're going to be able to feed their children their next meal. So this prosperity piece, I wanted to really have that out in front to have people understand the importance of that. And also, that's one of the reasons that we put it in the mission. We talked about financial security in the mission of Win-Win Women, because we want women to excel in every area of their lives, all women, all 3.9 women and girls on the planet, to increase their level of excellence. And that's not perfection. That's everybody wants to have a level of excellence. No one wants to say, oh, I want to just be real mediocre as a mother, or I want to be real mediocre as a, whatever it is, a businesswoman. And you want to achieve a level of excellence. And then the answer of why do you want to do that? To be more joyful, more fulfilled. And then the third one is to be more financially secure. And that we put in because it's so important. Hence the prosperity and peace. And you can find that at prosperityandpeace.org. Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And it is one of those organizations that, once again, also spans, of course, the complete globe, because we have board members from everywhere. And there's also a youth aspect to it that I want to ask you to speak about.
Yes, thank you so much. So one of the projects of the Global Prosperity and Peace Initiative is the International Youth Parliament, because we care about our youth, and who are the leaders of tomorrow? They're our youth. And so the idea is to create a parliament, and we started this long before COVID kind of disrupted things and it went viral. But I mean, then we're just using the virtual application of our meetings. But we wanted to have 4 young people, 2 young men, 2 young women from ages 20 to 30, right in there, the university and starting their jobs, have these young people be making decisions of how they are going to improve the lives of the people in their nations. And so we created an International Youth Parliament. And we have the internationalyouthparliament.org. And again, it's a project of the Global Prosperity and Peace Initiative, where we had weekly trainings for years. And these wonderful young people, and I just love them. And they're so precious, and they're so animated. They're so desirous of improving the situations in their nations. So many from Africa are looking at the despots, and they're looking at the sometimes the people who are running their countries that could improve. And they're saying, if we were running the country in years to come, we would do this and this and this. But it helps them to identify, what do you want to do to improve the situation, help improve the economy in your country, and improve the education, every level that they could improve. And so we gave them assignments to think about this, to clarify it, and to give their reasons, and then to give solutions, to focus on the solutions, so that when they do have an opportunity to articulate what it is that they have thought they should do, that they would be ready. And then another step is to go forward and go to the people who are in decision-making positions in their countries and say, these are our thoughts. The youth of our nation, we're representing the youth of our nation, and we would like you to consider doing these things, and we will help you. These are bright young people who are attending the universities all over the world. So I invite you to look at this, International Youth Parliament.org. And right now, Jackie Zocoli, my dear friend in Arizona, is doing the major work with helping this organization grow. And then and I saw that Kim Weichel came on. She's a co-director for our Women of Excellence, Women of Faith. And that's to touch the hearts and help millions of young people and young women, and of course, older women, improve their lives mentally, physically, emotionally, socially, spiritually, financially, and in all their relationships. And we do this all education based. So I'd love to invite you to go to that website, Women of Excellence, Women of Faith. And I said this earlier, and it's a .org. It's a nonprofit, part of that Global Prosperity and Peace Initiative. This is for the heart of this organization is to educate women and to make it absolutely free, and also to give women who are experts, including all of our Win-Win Women show hosts and others who are involved, the opportunity to go out into the world and do some humanitarian work. And that's what this is. It's nonprofit work. It's all volunteer. And these beautiful women have opportunities to share their expertise. There's some wonderful material on the website. And our major focus right now is helping women and girls learn how to start and grow their businesses, to become entrepreneurs. And so that's what we're doing right now. And we have different campaigns with Women of Excellence, Women of Faith, and it's all faiths, all beliefs, all women. All right. Thank you, Natalie, for giving me that opportunity to share.
Oh, absolutely. You know, having a daughter myself and seeing how engaged she is, I think it is important for them to get engaged, to see how they can be part of the change. And I want to take just one more moment while our speakers are coming on to take a little bit of a break, about a 30-second break. I'm just going to show a teeny tiny reel from the Los Angeles Tribune. So stay tuned, and we're just waiting for our speakers to come on.
And then I have all.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And of course,
Yes.
yes, and you've been on one of the events as well with the Tribune. And today, of course, we are celebrating International Women's Day Part 1. Don't forget to go to internationalwomensday.org. That's the official page if you want to RSVP. And I do want to throw something in that some of you may not have been paying attention to, because this is just an exciting event per se. But when you do RSVP, not only do you get all the information you need, but you can also participate in our raffle, which is going to happen, of course, all on Tuesday. So we're hoping on Tuesday to have everybody ready and excited also about the very, very important raffle, in which you can win some special gifts from, for example, Dr. Paula and myself, that you can then take as well, and of course utilize in your own lives.
Wonderful. And you know, Natalie, I have the four women on the panel, our experts. They each have a bio. Some of them are a little lengthy. So I thought, well, I could be right now giving those four bios while we're preparing for them to come on.
I think that would be lovely. And I'm waiting. I'm checking just to this is a live show. So I'm also checking on the back end if there are any problems with them logging on, because we have the green room. Paula, it's all yours to introduce them.
Perfect. And our first one on the panel is Jaja. I love that name, Jaja Tudos. So she's an esoteric knowledge expert. She's a philosopher, best-selling author, educator, and I like this. She's a soul reader. And I thought, boy, I want to have my soul read at some point. Her philosophy that is used worldwide is based on a metaphysical observation of the interrelated universe. Jaja explains that AKIA, and those are all capitals, is a philosophy that she believes sets you free and provides answers to the most burning questions of humanity. Parallel to the philosophy, she developed healing methods that solely use the power and tools of the body. So Jaja lived in many countries and she's visited over 100 nations. She studied the mainstream religions and she observed their similarities and their effects on traditional behavior patterns. Today, Jaja writes books, creates digital premium courses, and organizes what she calls the Awakeners Summit, which is always on the day of every new moon. So Jaja also hosts the Jaja Tudos Experience, and that's a show on Win-Win Women, with the purpose of empowering our emotional and mental intelligence by gently pushing us out of our comfort zones. Does that sound interesting? And our second panelist is Dr. Marty Glenn. So Dr. Marty Glenn is dedicated to helping women transform their lives and make a difference in the world. As co-founder and clinical director of Ryzio, so RYZIO Institute, she conducts virtual and in-person professional trainings and intensive retreats internationally that make it possible for individuals, couples, and families to truly transform their lives. An award-winning and pioneering psychotherapist and educator, Dr. Marty emphasizes the integration of the latest research in such fields as epigenetics, polyvagal theory. I think I mispronounced that. Polyvagal. I'm not sure what that is, that theory. I'd love to learn about it from Dr. Glenn. Neuroscience, attachment, mindfulness, and trauma. So she's also the author of the book From Coping to Thriving, Practical Tools for Leveraging Life's Challenges to Find Meaning, Purpose, Connection, and Joy. It's available for a free download on ryzio.com. And that's our second panelist, Dr. Glenn. Our third panelist is Jean Barr. She lives down in New Zealand. She's the founder of the Top Achievers Sales Training, a veteran sales trainer and master sales coach, championing productivity, performance, and profit for sales professionals and companies. Jean has trained and coached thousands of individuals and teams locally, nationally, and internationally during the last 38 years. She brings simplicity to complexity and believes sales is not about hard sell. It's about empowering conversations that elicit the emotional connections that are so pivotal to closing the sale. Jean has led sales trainings workshops with a proven success rate of increasing sales by 30% over 3 decades and knows that companies want the reassurance of working with a leading sales training company. So Jean Barr's key point of difference is focusing on the inner game of sales. Jean says this: to improve productivity, performance, and thereby profit in a business, one needs to not only look at the linear hard skills, but also the non-linear soft skills and interweave the two, close quote. Jean sees firsthand the pain that comes with lack of performance in the sales area. She believes sales does not have to be difficult. It can be exhilarating, fulfilling, and rewarding if proficiency is built on the key EQ areas. And she'll tell us more about that. And our fourth panelist is Lois Wagner. She lives in South Africa. Lois is your friend for forgiveness. She helps you move from victim to survivor to thriver to freedom after facing a life or a business challenge or any adversity. She does this by building your resistance and grit, she says, developing a growth mindset, energizing your mojo, and learning to forgive. Lois teaches people to be brave, to remove toxic behaviors and to eradicate bullying, harassment, and gender-based violence. Lois's work is is built and based on her personal major life experiences, and she focuses or helps you forgive yourself and others. She was brutally attacked. She was raped by a stranger and left for dead. She lost a business. She went bankrupt. She was forced into retirement, and she experienced many other challenges. Lois learned to forgive and to move on to a more rewarding and fulfilling life. Lois has published her book, Walking Without Skin, a journey of healing from fear to forgiveness to freedom. And she has a podcast and a TED Talk on the topic. Lois is a South African businesswoman with extensive experience in international speaking, human resource, training, business management, project management, marketing, consulting, and leadership coaching. Fly free with Lois, she says, your friend for forgiveness. Wow, what a great panel. 4 amazing women ready to share their wisdom with you. Are they ready, Natalie?
Not quite, I have to admit, but I'm working on it. I do want to point out that all of these ladies do, and you mentioned it for Zaza, of course, all of them do have a show on win-win women. So that's kind of important for us all to remember that anybody that you see here today, you can, of course, also always find on the Win-Win Women page where you have a show that Paula so eloquently mentioned earlier. It appears, unfortunately, that our panel is having a couple of technical difficulties. So I'm going to use the time right now while I see Jean coming on. I'm going to use the time right now to just remind everybody that International Women's Day, even though it is celebrated officially on the 8th, it is really something that is worth celebrating every single day. Because women do a lot. And women have, I'm a historian by trade, have historically done a lot. It's not always maybe front and center like we are right now, but it always is very, very much leading the way, very often from behind. And since I see that Jean is in the house, I'm going to see if we can actually first just step over Jean while she is getting ready. And I'm going to invite our officially scheduled next speaker to join us first, since she is ready to go while the panel is trying to figure out what is happening. I am so grateful that Patricia Stepler, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing her name correctly, has joined us early. You know, live shows are always fun to do. And Patricia is a mindset productivity consultant. That's why she is ready to go and share with us. She utilizes an innovative, proven 3-step system for business leaders around the world who want to accomplish their dreams and live the lifestyle that they choose, at a time when most leaders allow the world to dictate what they can accomplish, so that leaders have more time and money and freedom. Patricia has studied human potential and has been personally mentored by multiple coaches, including Bob Proctor. And our thoughts and prayers, of course, go out to Bob Proctor's family. She exemplifies understanding in personalities and leadership skills needed to successfully transform businesses. So businesses can double or triple, now that sounds interesting, their business in 1 year. She's available for speaking in businesses, conferences, and keynotes, and that's, of course, why she is here today. Thank you so much, Patricia. Thank you for jumping in a little early. Really appreciate you being here, and I love Amazing Me. The floor is all yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Natalie and Paula. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time zone you might be in. But I want you to think to yourself, do you want to live an ordinary life, or do you want to live an extraordinary life? And then do you love yourself enough to make the shifts and changes that are necessary to live that kind of life? I want you to imagine yourself a year from now, and maybe you have doubled or tripled your income, or you've achieved that goal of a new position or job that you really want. How does that make you feel? You see, I believe that we were born rich in all areas of our lives. And I also believe that you have everything inside of you to obtain whatever goal it is that you want. All you need to do is to be able to learn how to unlock all the inner powers that you're holding. And yes, I do specialize in helping businesses and organizations to move forward and to move beyond what they ever thought was possible. But you know what? It wasn't always that way. You see, up until about 8 years ago, I lived quite a very ordinary life. And certainly there wasn't anything extraordinary about it. And just to share with you a little bit, because I know my time is limited, but I want to tell you a little bit about the story that brought me to doing what I'm doing today. You see, about 27 years ago, my son was born. And when he was born with a collapsed lung. And so immediately he had to be airlifted to a bigger hospital so that they could inflate his lung. And you would think, well, that should be enough. But no, when he was in about a year old, his legs started to bow because he tried to walk too soon before he was really ready. You see, he had 2 older sisters he needed to keep up with. And so then he had to wear a brace to keep his legs from being bowed because he was practically walking on top of his toes as he would move. And then when he was 5, his teacher suddenly noticed that his right eye would go off to the side and then come back again. And sure enough, I saw his left eye go off to the side and come back again. Yes, he had not 1, but 2 lazy eyes. And so he spent 3 different times taking eye therapy. Now, you see, all those things would prevent him from being much of an athlete. If your legs are bowed and you're practically running right on your toes, or if your perception is so off because of your lazy eyes that you can't see to hit a ball with a bat or to catch a football when it's being thrown to you, it can really impact any kind of athletic ability you might have. Well, my son wanted to be an athlete. And when he was 8, 9 years old, he really started to show some promise because those issues had been solved. But right about that time, he was diagnosed with juvenile diabetes. And I thought his dreams of athletics accomplishments were over. But fortunately, we had doctors and a team of diabetic experts that encouraged him to do what he wanted to do. And so did I. And so you would think that would be about it. Well, anyway, when he was 12, his oldest sister was in college and his next sister was about ready to go to college. And, at that point, he heard us talking about finances. And we decided that, or he decided one day that he was going to tell me that we didn't need to worry, that he was going to earn a scholarship. And I said, oh, really? So what are you going to do this in? Well, he says, I'm going to be a collegiate athlete. Now, think of all those health issues he has had up until that point. But I had had enough personal development throughout my entire adult life to realize that I was never going to step on his dreams. And so I encouraged him. And I said, well, that's wonderful. And I said, what sport are you going to play? Because you see, about that time, he was already playing football, basketball, and baseball. And so he said, I don't know. Well, he kept telling me this over and over for the next 5-6 years that he was going to earn a college scholarship. And to be honest, I never believed him, because I knew how impossible it was for kids to get collegiate athletic scholarships. In high school I went to, there was only one person I ever knew that got a scholarship, and he was about 5 or 6 years older than I. And so how possible would that be? And yet, he just kept believing it. And every time he went to practice, every time he went to a game, he decided he was going there to earn a scholarship. Well, he chose baseball. And I don't know if you know anything about baseball scholarships, but they are pretty much non-existent. And so it was very, very difficult for me to believe that he would get a scholarship when I had college coaches saying to us, if you think your son's going to get a college scholarship in baseball, you can just forget it because there just is no money in baseball. But I still never told him that. I let him believe that he could accomplish what he wanted. Well, you know, as most dreams and most ambitions happen, things don't go the way you plan. And he had a plan. He had a definite plan of a travel team he needed to be on and how he was going to find the scholarship that he wanted so much. And, you know, his plan did not work. And at one point, he was devastated because he thought he had lost all the opportunity to earn the scholarship because he didn't make the travel team he thought he would. And he thought 5 years down the drain. But you know what? It had to happen that way. Immediately we found another team and they needed an outfielder, which was exactly what he played. And so he got on that team, and the school that gave him a scholarship would have never seen him had he been on the team he wanted. You see, he allowed himself to open up to the world and decide that he would listen. And I'm so glad that this is inspiring some of you. You know, he decided that he would risk his whole self in order to go after the scholarship. So we went to the school and they told us you can expect maybe half, maybe a third of the tuition. And when his scholarship letter came, we were sitting in the car after we had just picked up the mail. And he said to me, Mom, wouldn't this be funny if it's a full scholarship? And of course, me not believing that he could get a full scholarship reminded him what the office had told us, 1/3 to 1/2. And when he opened that envelope, it was a full scholarship. It was at that moment, about 8 years ago, that I realized he had caused that to happen. I just didn't know how. And that sent me on a journey to find the people, including Bob Proctor, that could help me to understand what he had done so that I could help others to follow with what he had accomplished. And because, as much as I believed in my son, at this point, didn't believe he'd get that scholarship, but at this point I did believe, I knew that if he could do something, other people can do amazing things in their lives too. So that's when I started my journey. And I came to realize there are 3 things that not only did he have in his life, but that people I study and people I work with sort of have to have simultaneously in order to accomplish a really big dream. If you have a little dream, it doesn't take a whole lot of effort to accomplish. But when you have a really big dream, it does. And so there's 3 things that I've discovered that you need are to be able to think bigger. You see, you have to have a dream that's so big that you're excited about it and it inspires you and you start to move towards it. And every day when you get out of bed, you wake up thinking, what can I do today to move closer to my dream? You see, if you have a goal that you can accomplish because you've already done it, there's no inspiration there. Or if you have a goal that, if this happens and then that falls in line, you can accomplish it, there's not a lot of inspiration there. But when you have a goal, like getting a scholarship, which you have absolutely no idea how you're going to do, you just want to do it, those are the kind of goals that can inspire you to move beyond where you are. And then the next thing I've noticed that people have to become who they need to be in order to accomplish it. You see, you can never outperform the image you hold of yourself. So you have to start to develop the self-image that you really want in order to accomplish your goal. You have to become the person first. And that follows for anybody who's looking to maybe move up to a different position in your work. You have to see yourself in that position of the manager or the supervisor or perhaps the CEO before you're ever going to accomplish it. Because if you don't believe in yourself and you don't believe you can accomplish it, how would you even obtain it? So you have to become that bigger person. And then the other thing I've noticed that people need is they have to be able to be willing to play bigger, to play on a bigger stage, to be willing to take those risks that we all have to do. You know, I look at Paula and what she's done with Win-Win Women, and she certainly thought bigger. She had an idea. She probably didn't know how to go about it, but the ideas came to her. Because you see, when you have something and you focus on it and you become the person you need to be, and you're willing to go out there and take risk and to play bigger, all the people and all the resources you need start to come to you. You start to attract those into your life. And so those are the 3 steps. And when we can get people to simultaneously have that big goal of thinking bigger, and they have started to work on themselves to become that person they need to be, and they're willing to look at different ideas and be willing to step outside of their comfort zone. You see, you're never going to achieve anything great if you stay where you are and you stay inside your comfort zone. You have to be willing to move beyond where you are to achieve that comfort, or to achieve going beyond that comfort. So we think bigger, we become bigger, and we play bigger. And when we can do those all at the same time, wonderful things start to happen in your life. And you start to see those achievements that you really want. And they come to you every single time. You know, I was just talking to a lady the other day, and she was telling me how she knew this at a young age. Oh, I wish I'd have learned this when I was younger. And she said she just would manifest one thing in her life after another. And it became very easy. But at some point, she got a little stuck too. And we all get stuck in our lives, which is when we need to reach out to somebody. So I would like to encourage you to reach out to me and through social media, or to come to my show, Your Inside Power with Win-Win Women. And I would thank you again for giving me the opportunity to share my story and the story of my son. And I hope, and thank you, Denise, for realizing that, you know, it is an inspiring story. It inspires me. And if it was not for my son, I would not be where I am today, because I wouldn't have thought big enough to do this. And I wouldn't have become the person I needed to be, nor would I have stepped out of my comfort zone and my life of very ordinary and average to become more extraordinary and be able to help others.
Wow. Thank you so much, Patricia. You've seen all the comments, and
Yes.
I wanna just chime in there. Personally, thank you. You were originally slated to speak a little later, but the expert that you are, you were ready to jump in, help us out. Together we thrive. And your show, if I'm not mistaken, is Fridays at 11 a.m. Pacific.
Correct. Yes.
Awesome. Your inner power. Thank you so much, Patricia.
Thank you.
I love that, Patricia. I loved that story. And what a blessed son you have to have such a mother who would be so committed, and other children too, but just committed to their success. And you really went through a journey. And yes, I love your comment about the big ideas, because you're right. Win-Win Women is a massive idea. And yet together we're thriving, because although was my idea in the beginning, can't do this alone. It takes
Absolutely.
each one of you. And so thank you for recognizing that. And one of my books is called Believe It, Become It. And it's just so true. You have to first, with every cell in your being, believe that this is possible, and the why carries you forward. Mm-hmm. Thank
Yes,
you.
Thank
so
you
much.
so much, Patricia.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. And now, guess
We have
what?
Panel?
We're ready. We're
Yay.
ready for the panel. And before we get to the panel, I know they're ready. They're waiting in the wings. I just want to let everybody know that this panel has a very tough job because they are going to address the issue of, in today's world, more people are talking about the feminine energy rising. What does that mean to you? And how can we do that together? So let me bring in Dr. Marty Glam. Hello.
Hi
Miss
there.
Jean Barr and Zaza, who I think is joining us from Greece. So here we have the world. We've got New Zealand, we've got Greece, we've got the United States, we've got Germany. This is awesome.
And New Zealand. Okay. And our sweet
we
girl,
are missing one, but we'll have to deal
South
with
Africa.
this right now.
And,
Yes.
you know, it sometimes gets tricky because when I was in South Africa, there were only certain hours of the day that people could use the internet. So I know it's not as easy as sometimes we might think to get women internationally all together, but we're so grateful that you're here. And I've already shared your beautiful bios, so we can take it away.
Absolutely. And I'm going to ask each of you, I'm going to stay on with you for just a moment. I'm going to ask each of you to briefly just say a couple of words that come to your mind when it comes to International Women's Day. So I'm going to give each of you the stage for just a minute, and then we'll jump right into the topic. I'm going to start out with you, Dr. Marty. So please tell us a little bit, just 30 to 60 seconds. What are your thoughts for International Women's Day?
Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to be here. When I think of International Women's Day, I think of it's a time for us as women to come together and recognize our strengths, our passions, and to support each other. We have the capacity now to do that, to look inside, to support ourselves, to ask ourselves, what do I want? What do I need? And what do I have to share? What is being called for me now? And for us to join hands and care about each other, communicate, collaborate, as we say in Win Win Women. And I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you so much.
Awesome. And I'm going to hand it down to south of me because I'm still trying to figure out the geographic way for me to introduce the third one of you. But south of me, so to speak, right now is Zaza Tudos. Zaza, tell us just briefly a few things that you want to share with the world for International Women's Day.
Hi, I am very, very happy to be here and very honored. For me, International Women's Day is a bit different than it was, let's say, 100 years back, mostly because at the moment we are living in a feminine energy and we have great support from the universe through the Uranus energy, that is a feminine energy, and also a high frequency energy. So at this moment, it is not only a choice, but our duty to use the feminist energy or feminine energies and reshuffle life, what we are living in at the moment. So for me, it's togetherness, working together, learn, help each other, and the whole world, of course.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for that. And now I'm going to go to New Zealand, figure it out on the globe, how to describe Hamburg to New Zealand. But Jean Barr, what are your thoughts for the women of the world on this special celebration?
Well, good morning from New Zealand, everybody. It's so good to see you, and it's so amazing that us women can get together and celebrate this day where we learn, where we look to just celebrate brave, courageous women who stepped into their God-given person, who using their skills and their gifts to collaborate, to support, to encourage other women around the world to step into their power, to step into what God has called them to do. And so today, my heart is with women around the world. who are not who are going through some terrible times, and just to let them know that there are women around the world who are there to support, encourage, who believe in them, to give them hope, to give them a purpose. And I want to thank you, Natalie, and Paula particularly, for the vision that you had to bring women together around the world, to support them, encourage them, and just bless them. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jean. All right, ladies, the topic, feminine energy. What exactly does that mean? And what does it mean to work together, to care about one another, to connect with one another? Who would like to go first with that answer? Because I know you ladies are all sisters. Let's have a free conversation.
Excellent.
All right. Dr. Glenn, why don't you start
I'll
us
jump
out?
in, of course.
Absolutely.
I love this topic, because when we're talking about feminine energy, I think of the feminine as being that intuitive part of ourselves that listens deeply inside when we reflect on what we want and what's needed. And it's also about nurturing ourselves. And from that place, we can nurture others. We can be compassionate. And we work together to communicate, to collaborate, to support each other, as I said a moment ago. And with that, we become resourceful, creative, innovative, and we can do things we haven't ever done before. The other piece, particularly for us as women, is to own our intelligence. We are smarter than we've ever believed. And really relying on this and knowing that we have something to offer, and we can offer this now for change in the world as we hold the women around the world now. So thank you. Jean or Zaza?
Well, feminine energies are high frequency energies and very creative energies. Some of us, or most of us nowadays, sort of forgot about that because we've been living in this male planned societies at the moment, and we have lived in that for almost 3,000 years. So we are actually sort of used to that oppression, to say. However, we are capable of digging. And I say that a feminine way of thinking is vertical. We go down and deep and find everything that is hidden, and we understand that what is important is hidden, so we have to dig for it and have to find it. Sometimes we lose our path in this digging business, and of course the opposite, the male way of thinking, is horizontal. So they just sort of go and they look at the big picture. That what women sometimes forget about, actually. So we get entangled in this digging business. But anyhow, we have to understand ourselves a bit more, I think. I really think that it is important that we know our qualities and our intelligence. As Marty was saying, we are really highly intelligent, and we are proud to take this intelligence and put it in front of the world. And we have to have a willpower and have to dare being different from everybody else, because we shouldn't really mimic male behavior patterns that we are a bit doing at the moment. I think we really need to embrace our beautiful uniqueness and this alchemical understanding of the world. So I think that would take us to a really nice path and beyond.
Yes.
Can I just jump in? I would like to ask a question.
Thanks,
Jean,
Natalie.
yes.
So for me, I'm absolutely passionate about women. We are wise, we're accepting, we're forgiving, we have our soft side. We're used to doing lots of things, keeping our families together, supporting everybody. And we're strong, we're passionate, we have great intuitive. We need to listen to our intuition more. We're forgiving, we're accepting, and more than anything, we collaborate. We collaborate with other people. We collaborate with other people to support us and encourage and uplift us and motivate us. And do we get it right all the time? Not a chance. But do we persevere? Absolutely. Are we passionate? Completely. Do we wear our heart on our sleeve some days? Absolutely. But in terms of leadership, that makes us incredible leaders because we have the soft side where we communicate, collaborate, we're kind, we're thoughtful, we're understanding, we're creative, we're sensual, we're kind, we're gentle. And then we have the other side where we've got our heads in the game and we're thinking, we're focused, and we get it done. And to me, that is why women are so amazing, and women are rising around the world to bring all their strengths, passions, and everything together to support other women, to encourage, motivate. And we are leading our generation. We're leading our daughters and our sisters and other women to step up, to believe in themselves, and to just move forward into their passion and into their purpose. Thank you so much.
Wow. And I want to bring up, we've got a lot of questions from the audience, and I'd love for you to address them. Patricia Allen was the first one who asked us a question. And, you know, we never know who's going to ask a question. So let's just see if you have an answer for this. And Patricia said, how can we use our feminine power or energy to tap into how we manage our money? Do we have any suggestions for that, lady? Money, feminine power, feminine energy. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would.
Go ahead.
I really think that this question is very important for us because money is a masculine energy. So when we want to sort of manage our money, we are managing masculine energies. And that is a challenge for women. Sometimes we think that we have to be like all males to manage money because that's what they do. And they are actually connected to earth energies as such. But I think what we need to do, we need to assess our home, first of all. We need to understand that we are having the kitchen as the alchemical laboratory where the whole family is fed on our creations. I know many females do not like the kitchen, saying that, okay, I don't want to cook and whatever it is. But believe me, dear sisters, it is an amazing job, and don't give it up because you can win all your battles in the kitchen and of course in the bedroom. But let us just talk about the kitchen at the moment because it is very important. And kitchen eats up a lot of money. And of course, it is very important to put some food on the table all the time. So I think that would be the centerpiece of our managing money. I am not talking about banks and investments and whatever, because that is not, well, beyond the feminine energies as such, but that is very important. Also to share our resources, of course. I've been just reading it here because, you know, I like to live in a community when you cook something and you can invite anybody to come in or to take some food over to your neighbor and feed whoever is around. And I think it is amazing because you can achieve anything with that if you understand how to do it. So also we need to sort of be very sober about the money because sometimes we go overboard. Sometimes we like to go for something beautiful and we just get it because we want to be beautiful. And of course, for the house also. So we need to understand that we shouldn't spend more than what we have. I am not very much fond of the credit card businesses and everything because it just sort of puts you into a lot of trouble. I know out of experience, and I don't have any credit cards anymore. It can really put you into trouble. So, but we have to understand that money is only an energy, and we need to ask for money for our services because I think that is another problem with females. We need to understand that we are worth it and we need to be paid. It is an exchange for our time, might not be for the service we provide, but for our time. That's what I am saying to all my students and clients. So that's what it is. That's my advice.
Awesome. Can I throw it over to Jean? Yes. Jean, can you jump in here?
Absolutely agree. I think we as women, we really struggle when we are providing services and we've worked so hard. We've spent so much money educating ourselves, going to courses and making sure that we can deliver and that we, you know, that we're top of our field. So why shouldn't we charge for our services? And it's just something that I keep seeing over and over, just like Zaza said, is that we just have a problem in that area. So I just want to reach out and say to women around the world, you are awesome, you're a professional, you've put time and energy and money and a huge amount of resources into championing yourself and getting as good as you are, being the top of your field. So don't feel bad about charging them, you know, charging money for your services that you actually provide to help other women around the world to be successful. So I'm just encouraging you today. But wealth doesn't only come in terms of money. It comes in terms of your happiness, your family, your health, and everything else. Wealth is it's a round ball. It's not one-dimensional. That's from me today.
And I would just echo what you've both said. And I noticed Delia said that one of our greatest wealths is relational. And Jean, I think you're saying that. And Jaja, the the whole eating around the table is really important relationally. So I think we can move on. But I'm loving what we're talking about here.
Well, I take that as my cue because we do have another question from the audience, and it goes hand in hand with a compliment. And the compliment is that you are lifting your voices as you are change makers. And the question that goes with that is, how can we as women continue to lift our voices to make change happen in this world? I know all of you talked a little bit about that already, but can we dig just a little bit deeper? What exactly are you doing to lift your voices and lift up your sisters, older, younger, and everywhere? And what would you recommend for others to do, including the women who are in the kitchen and don't have a business, as well as those who are making 7, 8, 9, 10 figures? What are your thoughts on that? Jean, can I go to you first?
Sure. So for me, a firefighter, so I'm supporting my firefighter sisters around our nation, and that for me is really, really important, to give people a voice, to support other people, to help them to understand that they're not alone, that they do have a voice, and to support them. And then I'm in my community, and I work with victim support around homicides, completed suicides, family and sexual violence. So just working with women and families as they navigate that grief process and understand what that's all about. And then in business, I'm part of a number of executive women, and I speak around the world and around New Zealand. And for me, it's important to just encourage and motivate and support other women, help them to understand that I was there as well. I am there. I have days when things just go just a little pear-shaped, and that's all right. You pick yourself up, you dust yourself off, you get some encouragement from someone else, and you carry on, which is why I'm here today, because both Natalie and Paula have supported, encouraged, and motivated me in my journey. So to every single woman out there, I honestly encourage you to collaborate, reach out to someone, even if you don't know them, it doesn't matter. Reach out to me. I'm happy to have a chat with you. And for today, for Women's International Day, for each and every single one of us to support each other. And it doesn't matter if you are the CEO of a company or starting out in business. Everybody needs encouragement. Everybody needs hope. They need motivation. They need to know that somebody is standing with them, that is not judging them, that is not got bad thoughts, but just encouraging them and wanting them to see them succeed.
Wow. Thank you. Wow, Jean, that's awesome. I'll just jump in and go with that. And one of the things Zaza said was talking about the vertical. And I think that's important for us as women to look at that, the feeling component. We have feelings, and feelings matter. And in the work that I do with Riseo, we have a number of coaches. We do programs. I speak all over the world and have trainings to help people step into their power, and bit by bit. And one of the things that we know, and it's very, very helpful, science has done a lot of research has gone into the fact that we need three things to step into our power. And one is we have to feel safe. And Jean, both you and Zaza have alluded to this. As women, we have to help each other feel safe, having experiences of safety. And as you were saying, Jean, safety means who I am is okay. How I show up is okay. I'm welcome here. And for us to do that for ourselves and for each other, to create that safety with everything we do. And the second thing that I do, and that you're helping to do as well, is to create experiences of your power, of who you really are, that I'm good and I'm capable and I'm lovable, and supporting that. And the third thing that's really important for all of us is to witness each other, to listen deeply inside to the message, whether it's pain or elation, it doesn't matter. But by listening, then we can feel confident to move on. We're not alone. You are not alone in what you've been called to do. And so by creating safety, helping us have experiences of who we really are, and then witnessing each other in that place of power and love and deep caring, everything is possible.
Absolutely.
Well, it's very, very nice what you've been talking about, and I appreciate all of it. It's wonderful. I would take it a bit further, mostly because I think women live in a society, and we have to understand that we are not a separate entity. We live in the society as such. And it is important to understand that. Also, it is important to know that whatever we do or whatever we plan to do in the future, that should be for the whole humanity, not only for us women, because then we are not doing anything really. The idea is that since we are living in this interrelation, we have to pay attention to everything and everybody else around us. First of all, that's what I think. Second, I think it is a very important subject that we need to understand that we are equal. I don't mean equal with males. I mean humanity. Every human being on earth is equal. And that is, again, a very important subject. I don't really think that being an executive or a six-figure salary or whatever it is makes a person. I think there are beautiful things behind the curtain that actually is far more important and make the person. Also, I think the biggest mistake of humanity is that we build the future on the debris of the past without assessing the present. And that is something we really need to do with ourselves, with our group working, with the whole society, with our plans, what we are actually executing to make a better world for us. So that's my advice.
Beautiful. And you see the comments. So very, very much appreciated that you're answering the questions. And this is what makes the panels so crucial and so important, the fact that you can actually directly answer. So thank you for the answer. We only have about 3 more minutes. And I know you've all said already what you want to tell the women of the world. Now, can you share one other thing? And that is, you are lifting your voices. What is your hope? What is your dream for women across the world for next year? Well, this year, next year, and the future. Just very briefly. By the way, audience, they were not prepared for this question. So what is your hope? What is your dream? And Zaza, I'm going to start right away with you.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Well, I don't usually hope because I follow the very wise Arabic saying that man starts living when stops hoping. For me, hoping is a bit idle. So I always plan and get on with my journey, whatever it is. I think the most important for females and feminine energies to get together and work on understanding who we are actually and go beyond the surface, because we have to understand the past to be able to plan the future. And it is very important for us because the past is quite oppressing and we have to see that and have to get on with our future. Also, it is very important to step out of our comfort zone. We love to be in the comfort zone, but tell you honestly, I mean, in the comfort zone, there are no answers to your questions, or we have answers to your questions because it is in our subconscious. But you need keywords for us to get it out of your subconscious, and you have to get out of your comfort zone for that. We are here to help, and if anybody wants help holding hands, I don't mind. I would take care of everybody who wants to try it out. And I think that is the most important. Thank you very much.
So for me, I'm going to step in here and just say it's about peace. It's about building trust. It's about building a community of women where people understand that or women understand that they are loved, nurtured, they have skills, they have everything that they need, and to just empower one woman at a time to step into her God-given abilities and to help nurture women in our community or around New Zealand to just step up, step out, believe in themselves, trust themselves, and to promote themselves so that not for their glory, but so that they can just step out and help other women. So for me, it's about trust, it's about hope, and it's about empowering other women. So that's my vision for this next year or two for women around the world.
Thank you. And I would just simply add that when we as women are able to listen in our hearts, we're able to move from the love that we feel, when we're able to look for the good and name it, all the things that we've been talking about. Yes, we need to bring the men in. We need to work with our communities. We need to work with each other. And it has to come from here.
Yeah.
It must come from our heart and the knowing in our gut that we're okay and that we can do this. Each of us has a message, and one by one, as you were saying, one by one, I love this person, I support this person, they support someone else. And before you know it, the whole world is supported. And that's my goal, is that all of us feel loved, cared for, and supported.
Marvelous, marvelous. That was so wonderful. I love the comments, and they're just underscoring and highlighting everything that you've said, and so appreciative of your thoughtful answers, which of course come from your experience and so many years of working with women and men, and you know what works and what doesn't work, and sharing your expertise. We are so grateful. We love you. We appreciate you. We honor you.
Thank you so much, ladies. Everybody
Thank
check
you.
out their shows as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Whew, that was
aren't we
powerful.
blessed? Isn't this just a fun day? We're so blessed. And I want to shout out to these women. I see some who have been here for hours and they're hanging in and just focusing on the messages of our presenters. So we really do appreciate it. And we welcome those who are new and are figuring out what we're all about. And we have, let's just go ahead and get a quick shout out to our sponsors again. So Kindle and the LA Times, the LA Tribune, and the winwinwomen.com and our Global Prosperity and Peace Initiative. So we're just so blessed to have supporters and beautiful women who are supporting us as we present these hours of wisdom and other presentations by our experts. Yeah, I just said presentations and present, and I thought, is there
That's
another
okay.
word?
Emma Lou was
Just
saying there's a great deal of wisdom. Yes, yes. And everybody, Emma Lou is going to be talking as well. So, just stay tuned for that.
Yay.
Now, when we're talking about presentations, we're talking about communication, which is a perfect lead in to our next presenter. Paula, will you do the honors and introduce Christy Love?
Oh, I love her name. I told her last week, I said, you are so blessed to have the name Christy Love. We're all about that, right? So she's the owner of Be Seen, Be Loved. Yes, she's an expert in the communication and connection industry. She's an award-winning international speaker, public speaking and confidence coach. She's an author, a podcast host, a TV host on Win-Win Women Network, and a global women's empowerment visionary. Don't you love that? A global women's empowerment visionary. So Christy aims to support women leaders who thrive on providing excellent service through enhanced communication, which is directly associated with increased professionalism, career advancement, better relationships, and the ability to step into their power by up-leveling their voices so that they're seen and they're heard. So Christy is a leader in her own right with over 19 years of public speaking experience. She was presented with the Award of Appreciation at Baylor College of Medicine. She brings her keynotes and her workshops to corporations of many different sizes. Christy is known for her dynamic and motivating presence on stages that captivate and engage her audiences, leaving them with the tools needed to immediately go out and improve their lives and increase their success. We are so appreciative of you preparing and being ready for this opportunity. Take it away, Christy Love.
Happy International Women's Day. I am so very excited to be here. But let me just start by asking you this. Did you know that becoming an effective communicator has very little to do with the words that come out of your mouth? Well, over the next few minutes, I'm going to show you how to increase your confidence as a speaker in front of any group. But let me just start by sharing my story. My journey began about 19 years ago. I got an amazing opportunity to work for this amazing Fortune 500 company in sunny Southern California. It was a dream come true. I had a glass office, overlooked the ocean. I was having the time of my life. However, about a month into it, the company decided to transfer a tyrant of a man, to put it lightly, to be the manager over our department. And he did a lot of things to me and the company, but during his time, I was experiencing a lot of different changes. And one day I remember distinctly him asking me to come to the office. I got off of work and went to the gym, which wasn't unusual. And then he asked me to come on and stop by the office on the way home, which I did because it was on the way right on to my home or house. When I walked into the office, I noticed that he was sitting on one side of the desk along with another gentleman who was the junior manager, and they motioned me to sit on the opposite end of the desk. I sat there, and what you know, this manager degraded me, belittled me, talked down on me, told lies about me, told lies that he said that other people said about me for 3 hours and would not allow me to speak. Long story short, when I left that meeting, I was upset, to put it lightly. But the next day, I got legal counsel on the phone and also called the CEO's office. Now, I had been trying previously to get help throughout the company by going to human resources, and they weren't very useful or helpful at that time. But I knew I had to do something. When I called the CEO's office and told them the situation, told them I did have legal counsel on the other line, they listened, all right? They listened, they immediately removed the gentleman from my vicinity, did a thorough investigation, found out he did more things to the company and not just myself, but a lot of things. He just wasn't a good guy, right? And so they exited him from the company. So you would think that I was victorious, right? Well, after the incident and the stress I endured during that time really weighed heavy on me and caused me to develop a social anxiety disorder called glossophobia. Now, my glossophobia was like stage fright times 1,000. I couldn't speak to anyone besides my family and very close friends. However, remember I told you I had this amazing job at this amazing company, right? Which I was required to speak to other leaders of major corporations. And I couldn't speak. I couldn't look anyone in the eye. I couldn't shake anyone's hand. I couldn't answer a phone call. I couldn't even leave a voice message. It was that bad. Now, I remembered that a friend of mine told me about an organization called Toastmasters International. And so I looked them up and thought that they could help me with my little situation I had there about getting over my stage fright and becoming a better communicator and speaker. So I found that there was an office that was meeting a couple of blocks from my job, and said, great, I'll get off work, I'll drive over there, sit in the parking lot for a few minutes and wait to go in. Well, I remember that day very vividly. I sat in the car for those 2 hours, crying, screaming, hyperventilating, having panic attacks. I was calling my mother because I was terrified to speak. But if anyone knows me, they know I'm very courageous, and I did muster enough energy and courage to actually walk in to the building, into the meeting room. But when they called my name and asked me to introduce myself, all I could do was say, hi, my name is Christy, and sit down. Well, over the years and through a lot of, I guess, turmoil on my part, I kept coming and kept coming and kept coming because I knew this skill was so valuable. And I had to master the art of communication because I knew my life depended on it. But over time, I began to absolutely love it and thought that it was my mission to really help other people to get over this challenge that they're experiencing. And so one day I remember that I was giving a presentation and somebody told me to look at that door. It was a door that I first walked into on my first day at Toastmasters International. And it was at that moment that I knew that it was my mission to never allow anyone life to be stuck and stagnant and feel invisible because they're not able to communicate. And so that's why I have really created a business around helping people to master, to own their voice, and really step into their power. But I want to go over just a quick statistic that you may not know, but did you know that 9 out of 10 people who experience stage fright experience speaking or have a fear of speaking in public over death? Well, that was definitely true for me, right? And on average, people who make more money than are those who have mastered the skill and art of public speaking. And I'm going to go over a lot of things in this presentation. It's going to help you to really advance in this area. And so let's start. First, I want to start with your mindset. If you remember when I was experiencing all these discomforts, I guess you could say, in the realm of speaking in front of people, it really came from childhood. Okay, so if you're experiencing any anxiety around speaking in front of an audience, I want you to think about it. When you were a child, what did your parents say? They might have said, hush, be quiet. And children were really to be seen and not really heard. Now, fast forward to your school days. When you're in school, what does your teacher say? On a regular basis, hush, be quiet. And if you didn't obey, you would get a negative mark on your report card, which was sent to who? Your parents. And you probably got in more trouble. I know I did. So fast forward to today. You may be a leader in your company, but when you're called upon to really shine and present in front of other people, you start to get very nervous, all right? So that is a form of stage fright, all right? Now, in order to get over that, I like to tell my clients, and I want to share this with you as well, is that you really have to understand your why and keep doing it, okay? When you understand your why, right, and your why has to really be deep. You have to dig very deep when you're thinking about your why. Your why is the reason why you want to overcome this challenge in life. Why? Is it because you want to break through the glass ceiling? Is it because you want to gain a bit more visibility in your career? Is it because you want to establish cultural relationships and be able to network and do that? Okay, so know your why. Because let me be honest with you, when you're experiencing deep fear and anxiety like this, there are some days that you won't want to fight and muster enough courage to overcome that. There are some days where you just can't. But knowing your why is going to allow you to continue to move forward no matter what. So I know you can do it. Now, the next part of this is learning certain public speaking tactics that allow you to really be engaging to an audience. Listen, no one wants a boring speaker. No one wants to listen to them. What do they usually do when there's a boring speaker there? They fall asleep, or they'll scroll on their phone and find other things to do to occupy their mind. All right. But I know there's no boring speakers here, but I do want to give you a few public speaking tips and strategies to really help your next presentation really be dynamic. And the first thing that you must do is learn how to have great eye contact. Now, if you're speaking virtually, you're going to look at this little green dot like I am here. However, if you're speaking in front of an audience, your eye contact is very different, all right? You want to make sure that you're connecting with many people throughout the audience, all right? So you want to scan the room, maybe pinpoint someone, all right, that you've made a connection with before. That helps as well. Make a statement and then scan the room again and maybe find someone else that you connect with and then share another piece of your presentation or important statement, all right? So you want to be able to scan the room. Now, a lot of people say, look over their head or think of people naked. That really did not work for me. You really want to make a connection and a strong bond with your clients, all right? Now, the other thing that's very important when speaking in public is your vocal inflection. If you notice, my voice is not monotone. It's not one level, all right? I worked very hard not to have different weird inconsistencies in my voice. When I first started out, I hated my voice. I really hated my voice. My voice would have high notes when I should have had low tones and low tones when I should have had high tones, and I really had no control over it. And so I want you to be able to use your voice in a way that sounds dynamic and powerful. All right. And when you're able to do this, you're able to captivate any audience just by using your voice. You want to be able to have higher tones and sound very upbeat and engaging, or very low tones as if you're sharing a secret or something very important. You can push people away with your voice or bring someone closer to you as if telling someone something so powerful and important. So you can do so many things with your voice, but your voice should be very colorful and sound very creative and enjoyable. There's a lot of other things that you can do to really strengthen your vocal cords. So you have a voice that really allows you to just bring the energy up in front of the group that you're talking to. Now, stage presence is another thing that's very important, how you walk along the stage or in front of a room and really invite other people to engage as well. But lastly, I want to talk about how to perfect your craft and really be seen as an expert, an authority figure, a leader within your industry through your talks, all right? In order to do that, you must be a great storyteller. If you notice, I started this presentation by sharing my story. And your story should be very compelling and really draw people in to you, all right? And it also allows you to be more relatable, okay? Maybe you have a lot of titles behind or initials behind your name, so you're very distinguished. but you're also a person, you're a human. So you want to really establish that human to human connection. You can do that by sharing your story that tells the audience, hey, I'm just like you. I'm just like you. We're similar in some kind of way. And I've been through what you're going through. I've come out of it. And now I am in a position to help you transform your life in any area as well. And lastly, you should be able to craft your presentation in a way that's very understanding to your audience. You don't want your audience to have to think about what you're saying and how you're saying it. You want it to be very organized in a way that has a clear introduction, body, and a conclusion. Okay. And let me just ask you this before I go, because we've talked about a lot, right? We've talked about how to master your mindset. We talked about how a couple of public speaking tactics that you can use to really become a dynamic speaker, whether it's virtually or in front of an audience. And lastly, how to perfect your craft. But all of these come to play and really work when you practice, right? What's the fastest way to get to Carnegie Hall? That is to practice, practice, and practice.
Ow. Practice, practice, practice.
Yes, I loved that. I loved her presentation. I love that she started with a story and just, when we share our hearts and we just lay it out there and say, somebody might look at Christy and say, my gosh, she's so beautiful. She's so accomplished. She's so articulate. She's so talented. And they'd never know the backstory. But the backstory especially gives beginning speakers the courage to develop their talents, to practice, 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 and become a coach, an expert like Christy is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And speaking of experts, our next expert is waiting in the wings.
Wonderful.
And she is joyfully waiting in the wings, I would want to say, because she is the founder and president of the Center for Joyful Business and host of Joyful Business TV. As an international business success coach, Laura West, that is, helps coaches, healers, trainers, and purpose-driven entrepreneurs discover their purpose, discover their creative leadership inside and out, so that they share their soul work with more people. She's passionate that you can do meaningful work that makes a positive difference while making great money. She knows when you're aligned with your joy and with your passion, you are more innovative, more creative, and more confident, and success is inevitable. She has helped thousands of entrepreneurs and professionals over the last 20 years unlock their soul work, creativity, and the leadership presence. She's also the author of The Joyful Business Plan, a Right Brain Creative Planning Toolkit, and creator of Fun and Fabulous Follow-Up, Elegant Enrollment, and hundreds of programs, workshops, and creative tools. She's a frequent guest and contributor on podcasts, video summits, and conferences. Laura has a very unique approach to business success that includes a creative blend of conscious business, creativity, spirituality, intuition, positive psychology, and leadership skills, all connected with practical marketing. You can connect with her on her show and also, of course, on joyfulbusiness.com. So, welcome, Laura.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad to be here. Oh my gosh, I am so thrilled. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Paula. I really am so honored to be a part of this International Women's Day Summit. It's, oh my gosh, you're bringing so many great conversations and women and resources to everybody around the world. And I'm really, like I said, I'm really honored to be a part of this. So today I'm going to be talking about attracting and growing your soul tribe, to create lifelong clients and raving fans. So what is a soul tribe? I have worked with thousands of heart-centered entrepreneurs over the world, all around the world for the last 20 plus years. And these women know that their clients, they're more than just a market or a niche. Those things are important to define, but there's so much more to it. Your clients are more than just a sales transaction. So taking the time to identify who is in your soul tribe and what makes up your soul tribe really will help bring to life very intentionally the people who are in your community. And it'll make these relationships you have with them and the connection you have with them more real. It'll make it stronger and ultimately even more beneficial for you and for them. So people in your soul tribe, they share similar beliefs and stories all about their pains, their dreams, their aspirations, and it creates a common culture. That's what makes it feel like a tribe, right? We have this common culture. So you want to identify this. And as you do, this common culture and these beliefs and stories and shared dreams and pains, it becomes the glue that holds everybody together so that you end up creating a community that people really want to belong to. So it's about you, but then it becomes even greater because of the community aspect of what everybody gets from being a part of the soul tribe. So who is in your soul tribe? So there's 6 different types of people, and let me tell you about them. So there's 3 different types of clients. First of all, obviously in your soul tribe is your current client, right? The people who are already working for you, are working with you. So obviously they're going to be there. They know, like, and trust you. They know what kind of results they're getting. They're already big raving fans, right? The next type of client that is a part of your soul tribe are the ones that are your past clients. The past clients, they actually are most likely to become your current clients again, right? And we're going to talk about that. How does that happen where your past clients come back for more and more? We're going to tell you a little bit more about how that actually happens when you really start looking at your community as a soul tribe. So you've got your current clients, your past clients, and then of course your future clients, right? Those are the ones who are hanging around, who are potential clients. Maybe they've said they want to work with you and they're just kind of waiting for the right time or the money or the space, or for big things to get done in their life, things like that. So those are people that you want to nurture those relationships with, right? The 4th type of group that's in your soul tribe are your colleagues. And this one might seem a little different. This is where it varies and it's different from just identifying a niche or identifying your market. Your colleagues actually usually have a shared passion or purpose with you. And your colleagues are there for, they're going to be great resources for you for new projects. They're going to help you expand. They might be the perfect potential joint venture partners, affiliate partners, so you can promote each other's programs and products. They also are the ones who are the TV show hosts, right? And the podcast hosts. So, you can mutually invite each other to your programs and get involved with each other's summits. So you want to have your colleagues as a part of your soul tribe as well. Then you want to have what I call raving true fans. And this group, lots of times we meet people and they're so excited about what we do. They're really fascinated by it and they actually want to promote you, but they're not really going to become a client. And I know sometimes my clients will get a little confused, like, well, how do I, what is our purpose of our relationship? They think the relationships are only about who can be a potential client. But these raving true fans, these are the ones who are going to promote you. These are the ones who are going to just love what you're up to, and they're going to share your TV show with everybody else, right? They are the ones who are going to make introductions. So you just never know where those relationships are going to go. And then the last group that's a part of your soul tribe are the people who what I call fascinated and curious. The fascinated and curious group. They're kind of on the fringes, and they might not even be sure why they're here. And you might look at them and say, well, gosh, they're not really a potential client, but maybe they will be a potential client in the future. Or maybe they'll become a raving true fan, or they'll step into more of a colleague relationship, or they'll make this like amazing introduction to someone just because they're really curious and fascinated about who you are and what you're up to. So this is a real opportunity for you to get curious about these people. If you're not a business owner, you still have a soul tribe, right? We all have a soul tribe. And it really is about calling to us those people who are dream believers, right? Not the dream downers, but the dream believers. So even if you don't have a business, you want to surround yourself with the dream believers. But for those of you who have a business, one of the things you want to remember is that you just never know where a connection will be made or where an opportunity will come from. And I believe that the universe works through opportunities, like it puts opportunities in your path. And those opportunities come through other people. And it comes through those people who are in your soul tribe. So in my Joyful Business Soul Tribe, we share common values and qualities. My people are all creative, they're passionate, they're conscious entrepreneurs. You know, they really want to make a difference with their marketing, and they want to do marketing that is soul nourishing, not soul crushing. And many of my people in my soul tribe are highly sensitive and highly intuitive. And so they really want to use those skills to help create business and market it in a way that is really different. And it's much more about, they share a shared value around doing good in the world with their business, right? Creating meaningful work while they also create great money. So these common values are really important to pick up, because these are things that I'm always using to speak to and pull up and pull out when I write my newsletters, when I'm doing training calls. I make sure that I talk to these values. When you have a soul tribe and you really start identifying the beliefs, the stories, the values, you'll also start creating your own common lexicon, right? Your own common vocabulary. Right? If you just think about like a tribe, you know, a tribe has its own vocabulary of different meanings. And so I have things like flowmentum. I'm always talking about helping people get into the flowmentum and working with your personal energy system. And of course, talking about your soul tribe. That's another part of having a lexicon in your, that's a part of your soul tribe. I also, my clients all know that I talk about joy flow sightings. And that one of the first things I do when I'm on a coaching call is I'm going to ask them for their joy flow. That's where they take a moment to really get into that appreciation, celebration, that gratitude for the good things that are going on in their business and in their life. And so it becomes, not only is it incredibly helpful, it helps get us into a positive vibration, but it also creates this common bond among us because all of my clients know they can speak that language to each other. And it makes them feel like they belong. And that's one of the number one things that people really want. They want to be seen, they want to be heard, and they want to feel like they belong. So I want to invite you for just a moment to just bring in your imagination, right? Let yourself go to your imagination. You may want to close your eyes just for a couple of seconds and really envision your soul tribe. Think about who's in your soul tribe, those different clients, the past, the present, the future. Think about your colleagues, your raving fans. Really see their faces and let their names drift into your mind. Let them drift into your heart. You want to make this real. All right, so what do you notice? You probably notice that names are coming up and faces are coming up, right? They are not this nameless, faceless market or niche. These are real people, right? And you want to make sure that you acknowledge the real relationships. And when you're doing your marketing, acknowledge that they have lives, they have families, they have dreams, health concerns and worries and money issues and all the things that we deal with on a day-to-day, in our day-to-day lives. It makes you more real, it makes you more approachable, and it actually makes you more magnetic. So one of the things you want to do is to really start looking for what are those common values, what are those common qualities that are, that are all among your different clients and your different members of your soul tribe. So I also want to bust a myth. So one of the things that I hear from entrepreneurs all the time is that we feel this pressure that we constantly have to be building our list, that should be one of our number one focus points. and that it's all about adding new people to the list. There's this pressure to build, and add another 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 100,000. So yes, you absolutely do want to build your list, right? That is one of the goals that you want to have each and every, quarter as you're doing that. But you also don't want to forget, you want to remember the people who are already on your Soul Tribe list, right? The people that you already have access to. That, and I believe that there's gold and treasure that is right in front of you with the people who are there right now, the ones that we just talked about. When someone is a part of your Soul Tribe and they feel a kindred spirit with your culture and your vision, and what usually happens is that they want more, right? They might start out as a raving fan, and then they watch your TV show, and next thing they know, they're binge watching your TV show, right? Then they want to share it with others. And then they make sure they sign up for your newsletter and your free gift. And then they keep watching and they keep reading. And then they start joining a program, right? And the next thing they know, they're buying your book, they're buying the journal, they're taking the program, right? It's like they can't, and then they're telling everybody about it. That's how it works, right? It's like most people don't do one thing and let go and go somewhere else. They usually do multiple things, because once they find you, they want more of what you have to offer, especially if you're really doing the work around nourishing your Soul Tribe. So what is possible if you loved on your Soul Tribe right now? Talking about that theme today in International Women's Day. What if you loved on your Soul Tribe? Like, what if you gave them unexpected gifts? Maybe you send out an email where you're not selling anything, but you're giving them a playlist of your favorite music, or maybe a list of favorite books that they might enjoy, or a list of really great rituals. And really treat them like they matter. Maybe you just pick up the phone and give them a call. I know Paula is really great about doing this. And, people feel like they really matter. And so you want to look for ways in which you can do that. So you can just reach out and just have a touch point with someone and make that relationship real. And I can guarantee there will be things that will start happening. You will all of a sudden get a new invitation to speak. Maybe you'll get new sales. Maybe that client will say, hey, I want to come back and speak. And I've had that happen with lots of my clients before. They'll reach out and kind of touch base with people. And then all of a sudden, people start coming into their inbox saying, hey, I want to start working with you again. So another thing that you want to do with your Soul Tribe, another opportunity, is to practice deep listening. And I want to share this last thing with you before we wrap up. Deep listening to your Soul Tribe. So as you're listening to your current, past, and future clients, your raving fans, your colleagues, people who are fascinated and curious about you and what your message is, you'll find that when you start doing deep listening, you'll hear common concerns in situations. And you'll hear there's those obstacles and beliefs. And those are the things that you want to start writing about. They will be the perfect themes for your podcast or for your TV show, or for your next product or your next program. I remember a few years back, probably about 10 years now, there was one month where I had client retreats right in a row, VIP days right in a row. And every single one of my clients asked about creating a sales page. How can I create a sales page? Help me make it easier. So guess what my next product was? How to create easy and successful sales pages, right? Same thing with my Joyful Business Plan. I had clients who are like, I hate creating a plan. I'm so confused. I don't like Excel spreadsheets, because I work with so many creatives and sensitives, right? And so that's where I created the idea of the Joyful Business Plan, which is a creative approach to business planning, all right? The ideas for your future products and programs, the ideas for your next article, the theme for everything that you're getting ready to create is all right there within your Soul Tribe. All you have to do is practice that deep listening and then get into conversation with them. And so as we end, that's my last invitation to you, is that I want to invite you to take on, this is something I do with all my clients, is to take on this opportunity to really nourish your Soul Tribe and even create a special challenge for you. And it looks like this. Every day, reach out to 3 people a day who are in your Soul Tribe. 3 people for any reason. There's no rules. It doesn't have to be a potential client. It can just be wishing a current client a great day, or checking in with a colleague to see how they're doing on their promotion. but just send some energy, right? By reaching out to your members of your soul tribe, to your different clients, your colleagues, raving fans, see if there's some way that you might be able to help them. And I guarantee when you redo those 3 reach outs every day, by the end of 30 days, oh my gosh, you're going to have generated so many good vibes, so many great connections, so many different opportunities. Good things are going to start happening and your business is going to start expanding and growing. All right, I hope you enjoyed this conversation around your soul tribe. And if you want to find out more about me and my products and programs, you can go over to joyfulbusiness.com. And meanwhile, I hope you have fun reaching out to your 3 people a day in your soul tribe and continue to spread those good vibes. All right, thanks everybody.
That was fabulous. I accept your challenge, Laura.
Great.
Thank you, Laura. Awesome.
Oh my goodness, I love the Soul Tribe, and I'm so glad you're in my Soul Tribe, as all of our beautiful show hosts on winwinwomen.com. My goodness, I loved what you said. Thank you so much for sharing. And the deep listening. Didn't you love that, Natalie?
Oh,
deep
yes.
listening, not just hearing words and thinking about what you're going to say next or thinking about what you're going to make for dinner. You're deep listening. I loved what she shared. Laura is a real expert and filled with heart.
Oh, yes. And the nuggets that she shared, it's not necessarily how big your list is, but it's how you take care of them.
Yes.
Everybody would like to be touched in one way or another. The reach out, the 3 people a day, or the way that we're individualizing our contact with people. That's the deep listening. That's the personal touch. So
I couldn't help but be a little, my list is over 500,000. And I thought, how long will it take me to do 3? But they're not all dear friends like, that we have in our soul tribe. But yes, I've loved this day. I have loved listening to all these magnificent experts. So blessed.
And we've got another expert. This one is coming to us from the East Coast of the United States. And I'll hand it over to you to introduce this amazing speaker.
Dr. V. This is Dr. Virginia LeBlanc. She's a highly sought after, well-respected, multidisciplinary expert and global thought leader in personal development. This is one of my heroes, this woman, and also business transformation. So business development and personal development. Her story of career life transitions led her to passion and founding what she calls Defining Paths. It's a heart-centered, socially conscious company and movement that heals and rebuilds and transforms lives and businesses online from the inside out, helping her legacy building clients face fears and think, and I love these 3 words, without a box. You sometimes think about outside the box. This is with no box in sight. To connect the dots to find passion, purpose, and business success. Dr. Virginia LeBlanc is the international best-selling author of the book, Love the Skin You're In: How to Conquer Life Through Divergent Thinking. I love what she said about this. She said, it's my love letter to society. Have you ever thought about your book as being a love letter to society? And hers is on socio-cultural learning that defines your path. And she calls it the DP. And conquer in life and love and leadership. And I love that she says, for sustainable wins. We love the word win. Dr. V is the pivot maestro and next steps coach in the business of putting you back in business with her turnkey business solutions, evergreen membership communities, masterminds, courses, and so much more. So she's at definingpaths.online. Dr. V, take it away, honey.
Hello, Paula. To you, Paula Fellingham, Natalie Forrest, Marina Valdespino, our hosts, sponsors, my Win-Win Women sisters, and to all of you beautiful women around the world, particularly on my heart these days, Ukraine. I am Dr. Virginia LeBlanc, affectionately Doc V, as Paula mentioned, and thank you so much for that gracious introduction. I'm the show host for Candid Conversations with Doc V on Win Win Women. And I'm the founder and CEO at Defining Paths, a company, a movement, as Paula said, that helps to heal, rebuild, and transform lives and businesses online from the inside out. So our clients are legacy builders. They're the future, and we help them pivot into their new realities of profitability and sustainable wins. It is my absolute pleasure to be with you today and share the message birthed in my soul. Time to redefine. Walk in your greatness. So I recall the first time I spoke truth to power. It came in the form of a little boy trying to assert his power over me in front of a crowd of uninformed, mob-intentioned, bloodthirsty 7th and 8th graders. I liked this boy, but truth be told, he was a rebound from my first love. Nevertheless, I chose to follow him. I chose to allow him into my world because he showed me kindness. He showed me affection and the attention that a dejected 11-year-old girl sought to fill the holes in her heart and soul. Attentions waned, and he went on to see another girl who decided she was going to stir up trouble between us. And what I didn't realize at the time was that this was and would be my first opportunity, a training ground of sort to test my fight or flight ability and the power within me. While I didn't feel good or comfortable, with all that was transpiring and really just wanted to run and hide, something in me flipped and I spoke truth to power. That came at me in the form of that little boy. So what does this have to do with my topic or International Women's Day? Ladies, everything. How many times have we as women, do we give our power away? How many times do we find ourselves in a situation where we stay silent and we take mental, emotional, verbal, physical abuse? How many times is it a choice to speak up and we shut up or stay quiet and just take it? Whether at the workplace, home, social circles, restrictive religious environments, whatever the conflict. Ladies, please tell me I'm not alone, because I know I'm not. My sisters, it's time to redefine and walk in our greatness. It's time to own our power. There was a time in my life, when I was so worn out, burnt out, that I was just grateful to have a job and income coming in. With that relief, I became comfortable. I became complacent and lost who I was. I was going through the motions, playing it safe, following the rules and constructs, not realizing they were the chains binding me and forcing me into the gender role box. Not realizing the game set before me that I had been playing was never meant for me. A funny thing started to happen, ladies, after years of spinning my wheels, beating my head against the proverbial brick wall. My soul started to call, and I began to realize that the pain and suffering that was a part of my story were actually little sacred gifts, pushing and pulling me out of my haze, my routine, my comfort zone, and into action to be a voice of courage, even if I had to journey alone. See, I'd accepted the role of being less than because I had a title and some influence. I was ignoring my soul purpose and its call to greatness. How many of you can relate? How many of you feel what I'm saying? How many right now feel a stirring in your soul? That comfortability was debilitating me, and my subconscious all too happy for the distractions to take control so that I could take off my gladiator cape. It allowed me to forget I was a unicorn, wonderfully, fearfully, and uniquely made. I realized it was time to redefine, ladies. Accept what had happened in my past, reconcile it, and move forward in my renaissance, in my rebirth. And I love that term. I use that term in my 3R philosophy: revelation, reconciliation, and renaissance. Because renaissance, when you think about it in the artistic form, you're not creating something completely new. It's a different take, a redefinition on what exists, on the old, right? So think about that. Think about that in your life. It's time for us to pivot. It's time for us to redefine and reconcile our past hurts, hangups, and habits that are keeping us from our greatness. What's keeping you from your greatness? Think about it. What's keeping you from your greatness? See, I stopped looking for the person I was born to be. I abandoned my soul purpose, S-O-U-L, purpose. The hurts and pains in my past, which led to me, to the hangups and habits, they weighed me down. And I didn't even see them coming. I didn't see the manifestation of trauma set in because I was comfortable in the box. I was comfortable masking my pain. How many of you can relate? How many of you have an entire closet full of masks like I did, which we just switched it on and off for whatever occasion we needed, for whatever the situation, the circumstance, just so we can get through that talk, we could get through that meeting, we could interface with that person, those people. How many of you can relate? See what I'm doing now? I finally answered my call to greatness. I used to, in another life, I was an opera and classical singer. I still sing. But I was more comfortable on the stage than being here in front of a camera or speaking on a stage. Why? I have no idea. Perhaps I felt uncomfortable with just the ability to express myself, to share my story. But when I started sharing my story, that's when the power started. That's when I started to rediscovering myself and who I was and learn how to love the skin I was in. See, life is hard and we get tired of fighting to justify our place, our worth, and deserving to be at center stage, but dejected just because we're women. Having to go above and beyond in efforts to climb a ladder only meant for one person at a time. Have you ever thought about that? That ladder can only hold one person at a time. To be recognized, to be appreciated, to be treated with human capital value, basic decency, humanity. I know you get tired, but that's why your soul is calling you, ladies. It's calling you higher and to press on, to press toward that mark. It's a higher calling. Your soul is calling you to integrity. Let me say that again. Your soul is calling you to integrity. Your soul is calling you to shine unapologetically. Yes, even as a woman, and to walk in your greatness. It's time to redefine and shine like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Imagine that picture. I want you to take a moment right here and imagine that picture. That you have been down on your knees. You have been on the mat. You have been fighting. You have taken punches after punches, jabs, crosses, just all the abuse. And you're on that mat. And you do not think you can get up. Why? Because someone has told you you can't get up. You're not worthy. you're not worth anything. You'll never amount to anything. Ladies, I want you to imagine right now that you are a phoenix rising from the ashes. What are you waiting for? That's my question to you today. What are you waiting for? Your soul is restless. It's restless. It has been stirring for a while, prompting you to the pivots you know you need to make. Are you going to answer? Are you waiting on a miracle to save you? Or your higher power to answer your prayers? I have news for you. Your prayers have already been heard and answered in the form of you. Your willpower and gift of choice. You are the miracle, and your dreams are waiting. You can be whoever, whatever you want to be. You just have to summon your willpower to find your strength and push through the darkness. Push through the frustration, the anxiety, all those fears that have clouded your mind, all of those voices, what I like to call the white noise of life. You guys remember that? Or are you old enough to remember the TVs which just had the white noise going on the television? Push through it all, ladies. That's all darkness. It's all meant to distract you, to cloud your judgment, to cloud your mind, to keep you focused off of the prize. Embrace your fear, and it will become your ally. Look in the mirror and find the person you were born to be. Get into community. We will lift you up. Allow you to lean on our shoulders. Allow you to learn how to love the skin you're in. And we'll stand you back up. But hear me, ladies. Hear me. Only you alone, can validate you. Know your worth and adjust your crown. We as women, we are resilient and can do all things. It starts with your mindset and taking control. You are the captain of your ship, not the crew. Your subconscious is the crew, and they have been programmed to run the ship because you, the captain, has been distracted and indisposed. Don't just allow life to happen to you. Happen to it. Understand that you are more than, not less than. And do not shrink from the challenge or to make someone else feel bigger and better about their self. I know society, culture, conditioning, well-meaning and not so well-meaning individuals have spoken words into your spirit that have landed harshly and detrimentally to your morale and welfare. Speak up and out. Be courageous and speak truth to power. Then make your moves if necessary. This journey called life is not an easy one, but the ability to ring free and find freedom on the other side is real, and count it all joy. Give yourself space for grace. Your soul will speak first, followed by your body, then your mind when it's time to pivot. I'm a witness. It happened to me. My soul started to stir. The integrity that is the essence of the soul started to stir. Then my body started to fail me. Then my mind was ready to hear and listen for me to pivot. I want you to know that we're here for a reason, ladies, and a season. That reason is not simply to exist as a second-class citizen, and that season is right now. We've waited long enough. We've been patient long enough. It's time to change the game. They that wait shall renew their strength. They shall mount up on wings like an eagle and soar. They shall walk and not get weary. They shall run and not get faint. That's what happens when you wait. It's time, ladies. The wait is over. Time to redefine and walk in your greatness. Time to pivot, answer the call of your soul. Your soul purpose is calling. Be obedient to the call. Your dreams are being supported by the universe. Move forward in the new Mother Earth energy that we are now in. You cannot change the past, but you can change your future and define your path on your own terms. As a woman heals, the earth heals. Take back your birthright to choose and the power that came with it. My sister, strong is the new sexy. So be strong in mind, body, and soul. I'm Doc V, the pivot maestro in your corner, woman. Love the skin you're in.
Wow, magnificent. I would say inspiring. My goodness, I'm adjusting my crown. I mean, there was just nugget after nugget after nugget. It's like you spoke in sound bites, and everyone touched our hearts. And the women who are commenting is just lighting them up. They're just like, oh my gosh, step into the doctors. They're repeating all your beautiful messages. Thank you so much.
Paula, thank you.
I believe, you know. It's like,
yes, look, I didn't mean to take you all to church, but if we went, to God be the glory. That's my course.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you all so much, ladies.
Love you. Thank you, honey.
Amazing. So amazing.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Janine says, I am now 10 feet taller.
I love it.
We all have our crowns.
Yes, soul purpose. It just goes on and on. She really touched hearts. And absolutely, I love it. The pivot maestro, you know, how she can help people pivot. And what a blessing she is in to everyone whose life touches hers. My
Absolutely.
goodness. As are all of our speakers. Absolutely. We're so blessed.
Well, it is now also time for our first entertainment break. And I want to make a quick announcement. You also see it on the page on our Facebook page, internationalwomen'sday.org, where we are streaming live, of course, and that's where I see many of you. Just as a heads up, due to streaming policies, after we are now able to enjoy magnificent music and a magnificent voice, stay tuned for more on that, we will take a teeny tiny break because we have to switch our studio. You all go run, have a little drink of water, take whatever you need, because when we come back, just about 2 or 3 minutes, so don't go too far, we will have our representative, Karima Bryant, from one of our main sponsors, Kyndryl. We will have more entertainment and amazing speakers that will set you on fire, that will make sure you understand the body-mind connection, and that talk about the negative voices in your head. Not to mention, they also talk about publishing, how to have your voice be heard across the globe, and finances. So don't go anywhere after this little break that we're going to take in about 10 minutes. So right now, we still need you here because, and I know, Paula, you know this amazing lady as well. We are now going to continue with the church setting, if I may say so. And a church is wherever you feel safe, comfortable, and believe that the good is possible.
Yes.
I believe Tina was with us last year as well, wasn't she?
Absolutely. Yes, she was. Tina Boson.
Absolutely. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Tina. She is Lady Tina Boson. She is an influential thought leader. She's a co-author and motivational speaker, a nationally licensed Christian counselor, life coach, and here it comes, songwriter, psalmist, and musician, as well as an experienced HR consultant, career advisor with over 25 years of experience within multiple industries. She, of course, is the first lady of New Hope MBC in Houston, Texas, serving as the Minister of Music, of Worship, and Arts under the leadership of Pastor Daryl W. Boson. Lady Boson is the founder of the Hopeful Women Conference annually that focuses on spiritual empowerment, entrepreneurship, career advancement, and relationship improvement. She also, of course, has obtained a Bachelor of Business Administration from Sam Houston State University, an MBA in HR Management from University of Phoenix, and a Master of Arts in Christian Leadership from Liberty University. I don't know where she finds time to do all of that. While Lady Boson is passionate about addressing the holistic person, including emotional, spiritual, physical, and psychological welfare of each individual, she prides herself in understanding the needs of each individual to assist them in recognizing their full potential. Lady Boson vigilantly works towards getting others to recognize their value or their treasure from within. For God has already put within us what he desires to get out of us. As a highlight in the theme of our Hopeful Women Conference, failure is not an option. So let's identify those treasures from within and obtain the blessings that are in store for all of us. So now we are going to be treated to an unplugged version of a brand new song by Tina Boson. So everybody take a deep breath because you are going to be blown away. Here we go. Frozen.
Don't you love live TV?
I am not sure what is happening right now, but oh, there we go. Awesome. There we go.
God will give you strength to make it. And the power to go on.
And I'm going to apologize. We're going to try that one more time in just a moment. I'm not sure what the glitch is here. Just bear with us for a moment, please. We're going to fix this.
All right, so I could take just a moment here while we are adjusting what we're going to be. We're trying to get Tina Boson on, our beautiful entertainer, our singer, and sometimes there are just a few challenging glitches, and that's what's happening right now. So I would love to remind you about winwinwomen.com. For those who are just joining us, and we have some new wonderful friends and sisters joining us, and we have a magnificent beautiful entity network global movement called Win Win Women. And our mission is to reach and teach and talk with 3.9 billion women and girls and help them achieve a level of excellence in every area of their lives so they can be more joyful, more fulfilled, and more financially secure. So what we do, how we do this is on beautiful platforms. So we have our experts presenting weekly shows. They're 60-minute shows. The first 30 minutes are sharing their expertise, their presentations, and then we turn off the recording. And the second 30 minutes is allowing just an open discussion, a beautiful conversation, a Q&A for the experts, and be able to talk about what she had presented, but also talking about what's on the hearts of the women who are there, because we talk about we care, we connect, and we collaborate. Well, how do we connect? In so many ways, but on the second half of these shows, women can connect heart to heart. There can be beautiful collaborations that are made. And I love seeing collaborations. It's a key to success and a key to going global with your business. And so I love the idea of having a place where women can come, all women, any time of the day or night, and learn about something that they're seeking to learn about right then. And that's our goal. We launched actually January 17th after a beautiful beta launch. And so we are new into this and growing quickly as we invite more and embrace more of our experts, our show hosts, to come on and present their shows weekly. And then we have about 50 who are now sharing their show on television, on Roku, on Amazon Fire, on Apple TV. And you can go to those, or you can type in Win Win Women, and you're going to see our beautiful logo. I love our logo. And here's one of our little mugs. There's our logo. I'm showing it off, Natalie, and telling them about Win Win Women. Have we got our sweet Tina Boson ready?
I am going to give it another shot. I apologize for the tech issues. You know, we're live, so just bear with us. We're going to try this again because the song is not to be missed. Let's give it a shot and we will see what happens this time.
Okay.
I'm hoping for the best.
Let's do it.
So what we will have to do is we will have to bring it to you another way. And what we are going to do is we're going to take that little break right now, and we're going to be back in about 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll start us out with Tina. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back on
God will give you.
And there she is. All right.
We'll be back with her. Don't worry.
We'll be back.